hopefully he'll be able to join us in Zoom today. So first thing is the Pledge of Allegiance. Is there anyone that would like to lead us? Oh, sorry. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Sorry. I'm not that old.
No hearing aids yet.
So we're going to call the meeting to order. Mike is not able to join us this evening in person. Hopefully he'll join us on Zoom. And we're looking for a volunteer to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Any takers? Go ahead. Yeah.
I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, next up is the Liquor Control Board, and we have no business there. Local Cannabis Control Board, we have no business there. Order of agenda, anything that we want to change, adjust, move, et cetera. Yeah. Come on up to the microphone if you don't mind, please. Just state your name and town of residence.
Mary Kay Brown, White River Junction. I'm on the agenda in section 5, but I spoke with Mike on Saturday, and he indicated that he would be willing to move me up either after public comments or select board comments, because I'd originally asked to be right after public comments. I was wondering if that could happen.
Any discussion or comments? Anyone opposed to allowing Mary Kay to go? I think it would make sense to go after select board comments. We have both sets of comments to come together and not you in the middle. So.
Is there an approximate time that you think it will take?
I had asked for 15 minutes. I have about a 5-minute presentation for you, 5-7 minutes, and then could answer some questions or give time for a possible motion, that sort of thing.
All right, thank you.
I'm supportive of that.
Okay, good. Okay, so we'll move you up to after select board comments and announcements. Okay.
Thank you.
Cool. Okay, anything else? Yeah.
And Dan, I think the other thing Mike mentioned via email was tabling the HCOREI application because the committee hasn't done their initial interview phase yet.
Okay. So that would be 3C, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. So that will be tabled just because HCOREI needs a little more time. Okay, great. Anything else? Okay, we'll start with.
Yes, actually. I had previously asked if there was anything that we could do that would involve staff to move forward. I know the appointments may not take long, but I do in the future want to be cognizant of letting staff be at the front of our agenda so that they, after working their days, they can go home. You know, I've noticed in some of our meetings, we have staff here 2 or 3 hours in, and it's oftentimes for very brief presentations. If there's support for that, I would happily move staff that we have here to the front of that so that we can do that. But I do understand that would be a big reordering of the agenda.
It seems like actually almost all the things under 5 are staff.
Right.
So I don't know if that's going to really have much effect tonight.
That, well, yeah, it's K. Staff present in the room, I guess, is sort of really just so they're not stay longer than their workday.
Well, if we stay on task and everyone keeps to the agenda,
That's
about
fine.
50 minutes,
And I
we'll
think
consider
maybe
for
just
next time.
In the
Does that sound good?
future, just for the record, if whoever's
Yep.
setting agenda could be cognizant of that, I just think it would be a kind thing.
Great, thanks.
And I just want to add, though, that Rocket, and we all appreciate that because they're here a lot, but also people who've come here today may also have been at their jobs all day long as well. So
I understand.
All right, anything else? Okay, let's start with public comment. We'll start with people in the room. We ask that you state your name, your town of residence. You have 5 minutes to speak, that you address the entire board and no personal attacks. Come on up.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Patty Holmes from White River, and I'm here on behalf of the Alumni Association. We want to thank Mike and Rocket for participating in the Alumni Day Parade, and I want to let you folks know that the American Legion Post 84 was very happy to have you both part of their marching. Thank you.
Thank you for having us, and thank you for the ride, Dennis. And Mary Kay.
Thanks. Anyone else in the room with comments? Al, you're doing Zoom tonight?
We have
Thank you.
one comment, one raised hand so far from Marie.
Okay.
Marie, you can unmute.
Okay, thank you. Marie Alvin, White River. One thing I was wondering is about the traffic study on Hartford Avenue. I see that there's these speed signs up here. Is that part of the traffic study, or is that just to try to get people to slow down? Anybody know?
We'll find out. Does anyone have any updates or information on that? I'm not sure.
It's Deputy Chief Kelly. Are you asking about the speed cart that's on Hartford Ave?
Yes.
Oh, yes, that is part of the speed study that we're doing. We're going to be moving it every 7 days on Hartford Ave to different locations to gather data on the speed that's going on Hartford Ave.
Now that's just for the speed, not for traffic count?
Well, it counts the cars as they go by, but it's primarily for speed data.
Okay, because as far as the traffic study goes, it's pointless to do it when school's not in session. And school is now out. So there's a lot more traffic up there that you're not getting by doing this traffic study now.
I understand that. We only just received the speed card. We got it approximately 3 weeks ago. So this is the first opportunity that we've had to deploy this new system that we have, and we'll continue to use it. We own it, so we can use it at any time throughout the community.
Well, let's reschedule it for September. I know the last traffic study the Haven did was on a Sunday and a Wednesday. So it'd be nice to get an accurate one.
That's what
Another thing, I guess, is the communication. It was brought up about suggestions for communication within the town. And I would suggest either weekly emails or something be posted on the website, and or maybe somebody can post it on the internet, or newsletters. I know that the recreation, they do an excellent job keeping the town informed of what's available for activities. I was also wondering about the ambulance calls to the Haven. I realize we can't bill the Haven for those calls, but I'm wondering if we have ever even looked at how much that Haven is actually costing the town of Hartford. We're eating $160,000 in emergency service calls, and I'm sure, damn sure, there's many that are because of the Haven. So I think we ought to really take a look at that before we get more and more inundated with more and more people and more bills to help these people. I'm not against helping, but we're helping, seems like we're helping everybody beyond our own. And I did write you all an email about that park and ride. And after what I saw the other day, I think it's pretty clear that it needs to be closed. It is just a Haven overflow going on over there. So those are my comments for today. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Dan, may I just share that there are significant activity reports posted every 2 weeks that are all the department heads giving an overview of what's going on in their apartment, in their departments and around town. And you can reach those, you can find those on the website every 2 weeks.
Thank you, Paula. Ellie, any other hands up?
No other hands raised.
Okay. So we'll move to
Mr.
Mary.
Vice Chair, may
Yeah.
I just, Marie Alvin, I've been thinking about your comment here, and I just want to encourage you to celebrate the wins as our community gets them. The police department just got permission to put that cart there, as Deputy Chief Kelly said. And I think, I appreciate your concerns up in Wilder. I hear you. And I think that we should celebrate the wins when we get them. And if we need more data in the fall, we should do that. But I think we as a community need to just keep working on reframing things positively, and I think that'll be good for all of us.
Okay, other comments? Okay, so we will move to the World War I monument project. So, oh, sorry. Yeah, thank you. No, we'll start with Kim. Kim?
Nothing. I don't know. No.
Ally?
Just briefly, just wanted to say, I know that there was a flurry of different community events. There was Juneteenth, the Quechua Balloon Festival, Hartford Community Coalition Block Party, Alumni Parade in the past couple weeks. So just wanted to give a shout out to, I know so many town staff who work behind the scenes to make that possible. And also for so many folks, some who are in the room, who were part of putting those different events and celebrations together. Just, I know it's a lot of work and a lot of it is volunteer work. So just appreciating all the ways that folks have come together in the past couple of weeks to make this a beautiful, thriving place to be and to gather in community. So thank you.
I want to echo that and celebrate that the balloons went up this year, Quechua Balloon Fest. So that was cool. They didn't go up last year. And then I know the Hartford Alumni Parade, that was what, the first time in 4 years, something like that. So that was great. It was nice to see all the people come out in the rain and celebrate our community. It's an honor to serve this community. Thanks.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to participate in the Hartford Community Coalition Block Party, and I was in the dunk tank, and all I have to say is, Allie, you really need to work on your pitching arm. Okay.
Ooh, all right,
And,
challenge accepted. Challenge
And
accepted.
Joe Major, if you can only dunk me by cheating, that's not quite copacetic either. So calling you out, Joe Major, next year. That's it.
Thanks. Nally's mic on or not? Do you know?
I do not see Mike.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so now we'll go to World War I Monument Project, Mary Kay.
Mary Kate Brown, White River Junction. Thanks for allowing me to present to you tonight. I have a lot of pieces of paper here, but don't worry, it's not that long. I just used a really big font. My name is Mary Kate Brown, and I'm the chair of a group of citizens dedicated to honoring the brave men and women who fought in World War I and World War II. Our goal is to create a new granite and bronze monument inscribed with their names. Today, I'd like to talk to you about the Monument Project, as we've been referring to it. In the summer of 2019, I became interested in the history of the World War I monument, which I had heard about and seen pieces of in the basement of the Hartford Historical Society. The original World War I monument was built by the Lebanon Machine Company and paid for by the town. This large monument stood on the lawn of Town Hall, right out there, from installation until it was taken down. Similar monuments, all made by the Lebanon Machine Company, were constructed in neighboring towns. And while the ones in Norwich, Newport, and Lebanon are also no longer standing, the monuments in Springfield, Plainfield, and Cornish have been well maintained over the years. These monuments all share the common feature of displaying the names of those who fought in the Great War, as World War I was called at the time. This is a poster of the front and the back of what that huge monument looked like. It was probably 6 or 8 feet tall and 15 or 20 feet wide. Why was ours taken down sometime in the 70s? No one is sure. When renovations were done here at Town Hall around 2014, in advance of this big renovation, some of the pieces were salvaged and moved to the basement of the Historical Society, while other large pieces were disposed of. We also learned that there used to be a World War II honor roll sign containing the names of World War II service members. This too was paid for by the town and stood somewhere on the lawn of Town Hall. We believe this was constructed of wood and didn't last long. There is literally only one picture of this monument in the Historical Society's collection. And this is what that looks like. In the research that we've been doing and one committee member has been doing on the names that were on this, we actually now think that this might have been a temporary monument while the official roster of names was collected, and that just never got done. So why is this project important? Many of us who live in town have family members or friends who are veterans, and some may have ancestors who served in these wars. We believe that preserving our town's history and heritage by honoring the sacrifices of those who fought for our freedoms is an important part of what makes the town of Hartford a special place to live. While there are several beautiful war monuments throughout town, none of them include the names of the people who fought. The names on these monuments are familiar to us: Abbott, Briggs, Bugby, Clifford, Hazen, Lyman, and Wright, to name just a few. These individuals not only bravely fought for our country and freedom in the world, but also contributed to building the town that we know and love. Some of them made the ultimate sacrifice. It's time to restore the recognition they deserve by installing a new monument containing their names to replace what was dismantled, allowed to fall into disrepair, and never rebuilt. So back to what we found in the summer of 2019 in the basement of the Historical Society. Although most of the nameplates and some of the other decorative pieces were saved, almost all the structural pieces are gone. I don't know if you can tell how heavy this is, but there are 284 of these in piles in the basement of the Historical Society. So what is our plan? Can the monument be rebuilt? Well, in short, yes, with sufficient funding, anything is possible. However, the realistic answer is more complex. After considering factors such as cost, aesthetics, and maintenance, we decided to pursue a granite monument with cast bronze plaques. This type of monument is quite common and can be seen in other towns like Hanover, Lebanon, and Norwich. The estimated cost for a monument with as many names as we have was in the $40,000 to $50,000 range. This seemed like an attainable goal. All of this took place in late 2019 and early 2020. The next meeting of the committee was scheduled for late March of 2020. Then COVID hit and halted our progress. Fast forward to late 2022. I felt it was time to get this going again, and I was happy to learn that almost everyone involved a few years ago still wanted to be involved. So we met in December to regroup. The 2023 cost estimate for creating a monument, which will incorporate two pieces of the original World War I monument, is $52,000 without site work, foundation, lighting, and landscaping. Our hope is that much of that work will be donated by local contractors and businesses who wish to help see this project created. However, we have set a fundraising target of $60,000 to cover these costs and any unforeseen contingencies. This is what we'd like to build. Okay, where will this monument be located? The most logical and suitable place for the new monument is Veterans Park on Railroad Road, right across the river. The park already features a sculpture of geese, a small marker commemorating the service branches, and a flagpole near the courthouse. During research on Veterans Park, it was discovered that the town itself commissioned a comprehensive set of plans to develop that park, including an overlook structure over the river, a veteran memorial with a water feature, several pedestrian bridges, and the planting of 57 trees. The town obtained unanimous approval for these plans from both the planning and zoning boards in 2004. The fact that these plans were never executed is likely due to financial constraints. So besides our committee, who else supports this project? We have the full support of Scott Hausler, our Director of Parks and Rec. We also have the support of Joanne and Lori in Planning and Zoning. Skip Nillette has generously provided surveying support, and Tim Shaw, a civil engineer experienced in permit applications, has taken charge of the permitting aspect. So we already have donations of time and services as we hoped to keep the costs down. Permitting should be relatively straightforward, and with the expected approvals, our aim is to raise all the necessary funds by the end of this year or early next year. Our application was just submitted yesterday to Planning and Zoning, and the design review, planning and zoning meetings are in July. Initially, we planned to commence construction and installation of the new monument during the spring or summer of 2024. However, after participating in several meaningful Memorial Day ceremonies last month, I now think it'd be great if we could get this done and in by Memorial Day. That would be a great weekend to hold the dedication of this new monument. We've already begun fundraising efforts by applying for grants from local organizations that support community initiatives. We are very fortunate to have the Hartford Historical Society as our fiscal sponsor, thus ensuring that every donated dollar goes directly toward the cost of building, installing, and maintaining this monument. I'm pleased to share that the Jack and Dorothy Byrne Foundation donated $25,000 to the project. We have also received grants of $2,500 from M&T Bank, $1,500 from Mascoma Savings Bank, and $1,000 from the Historical Society. The Jeffrey S. Holmes American Legion Post 84 has pledged $1,000. That puts us at $31,000 of our $60,000 goal before we even started talking to local businesses, residents, and friends of Hartford. Several grant applications are still pending, and we are actively pursuing others. Yesterday afternoon, the monument project received conditional approval to participate in the Better Places grant program, which is what JAM received in 2022 and what Cover recently used for their mural down on South Main Street. This program provides one-on-one project coaching, local fundraising support, and a 2-to-1 matching grant to make community-led placemaking ideas happen. This means that if we are able to raise $10,000, the program would match that with a $20,000 donation, and our fundraising goal would be met. Part of what we'd like to do is offer bricks as an incentive to donate and an additional way for folks to honor a family member, friend, or anyone special to them by being able to have an etched brick in the apron surrounding the monument. Exact details of the public fundraising campaign will be finalized with the Better Places coaches, assuming we receive final approval from the program, which seems very likely. We will need some combination of select board, town manager permission and support as part of the formal application to be granted this opportunity. One way or the other, we need to have the public fundraising campaign going by the end of the summer. In summary, the town once had beautiful monuments honoring our veterans by name, and it's time to restore and replace what was dismantled and never rebuilt. Putting a monument with names on it in Veterans Park will also create a new space for commemoration and reflection by veterans, their families, local school children, and any visitors. This historical information will also be of great interest to those interested in town history, military history, and genealogy. Monuments serve as a reminder of the past and of the struggles and sacrifices made in our community. Monuments also serve as a venue for community events such as memorial services, Memorial Day, and Veterans Day ceremonies. Such gatherings bring people together in a public space, provide opportunities for storytelling and the sharing of personal experiences which help build connections. A monument acts as a physical and symbolic reminder of the past and our collective memory of town history. A beautiful monument can serve as a gathering place that prompts reflection and gratitude for the freedoms that the brave men and women who served in these wars fought for and that we all enjoy and benefit from. Considering that the town originally funded the monuments in 1919 and the late 1940s, and given the town's previous plans to erect a new monument and more in Veterans Park about 20 years ago, we request assistance from the town for several aspects of the project. The information kiosk at the Bridge Street end of Veterans Park is in terrible disrepair and contains typos. We ask that the town refurbish or replace it, as well as a second sign down toward the courthouse. Scott has indicated that he plans to include a line item for kiosk repairs as well as some sidewalk repairs in Veterans Park in his Parks and Rec budget request for FY25. If the town was able to provide additional funding for benches or other aspects of the plans from 2004, that would be a huge contribution to the originally intended use of Veterans Park. We are tremendously grateful for all the help and support this project has received thus far, and we hope that the Hartford Selectboard will also offer support for this beautiful new monument. So what specifically does the Monument Committee need from the Select Board this evening? We would like to request the following 3 items. Number 1, the original reason we're here tonight is to request your basic approval for us to proceed and your willingness to ultimately accept this gift in Veterans Park. Number 2, to advance to the next phase of the Better Places program, we need written permission to partner with them to improve Veterans Park with the use of state grant money that the committee will apply for and earn. And number 3, we request your commitment to partner with us and invest in Veterans Park by repairing or replacing the rusting kiosk and updating the signage. Would you be willing to make and pass a motion this evening that would grant us these 3 things? Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Kay. Questions or comments?
Excuse me, as I mentioned to you and Dennis both directly, I was just so delighted that the amount of work that you have put into this as like laying all the groundwork instead of coming to the board and saying, we need this monument repaired and replaced, instead that you've done all this research and fundraising and gained community support. So I just want to express my appreciation for that. It's really, yeah, it's kind of a no-brainer, and I am happy to make the motion, but I'll see if there's any more discussion first.
More questions or comments?
I think Kim said it well. Happy to support a motion.
Oh, yeah, then Lenny.
Yeah, as a sole veteran on this board, I can think of no better project that this town can move forward with than a monument for our fallen brothers and sisters that came before us. These people that are going to be represented on the monument have sacrificed their lives for all of our freedoms that we have today. And we definitely need to memorialize them. So 100% support this project.
Mary, I have a couple questions for you. Is the money, if their donations, going through the historical society, so it could be potentially tax deductible?
Yes.
Okay, great. And not that with this kind of a monument, there's going to be a lot of repairs, but if there's extra funding, it might be good to establish a fund for repairs of the monument. So something, what has happened previously doesn't happen again. It doesn't fall into disrepair and it disappears. And when you mentioned about benches, it might be a way to solicit from businesses if they could get a plaque on the back of the bench to sponsor that, so that they get some recognition and that you could charge whatever you need to charge for that. And maybe potentially include some of those nameplates that you had there on those benches somehow, if that could be incorporated. I don't know, to combine the old with the new. I think it's fantastic. I think we could entertain a motion, and I think maybe the best way to proceed with this, if you're willing, is if you could get us a draft letter of the support that you need for the grants. We make sure we have all the pieces in it, and then that could come to us and we could officially approve that. But we could approve if people are willing to tonight to support that in the letter, knowing it will come from you with the specifics that we need, if that makes sense to everybody. Okay. Does someone want to make a motion?
I have one more question. Just like to clarify, any matching funds for the Better Places grant would come through what you're raising, not through the town.
Ask that one more time.
So if it's a 2-to-1 matching grant,
Yep.
the one part matching, so you said if we raised 10,000, so that wouldn't be coming out of the budget, it's coming out of the funds that you're raising
Right.
individually.
What the Better Places program does, it's not a GoFundMe site, it's Patronicity is the name of but we, the committee, would run that with Better Places to solicit and collect donations, to collect our share.
Yeah.
And then, yes, the state program is, there's like 5 or 6 different departments that have collaborated at the state level to fund these sorted things to make where we live a better place. And like I said, GM took advantage of this a couple years ago. That's how we now have GM and not CATV, and covers work on a mural as we speak. And this year they have, it's been 1 town per year through that program. But with the approval of the Vermont state budget, whether you agree with it or not, now Better Places is trying to do 3 towns per year because they have money that they would like to do.
And I would also like to just note that while this is not a sidewalk or a bridge or a road, it is still important to our community, as is often referenced to, like, social issues. Like this, I think is really meaningful to make our community feel more welcoming and engaging, and strengthening the fabric of our community. So thank you for that. Ready for motion?
I think we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that the town agrees to accept the gift of a new monument in Veterans Park, and to give the necessary written permissions for the Monument Committee to continue working with Better Places to secure a grant from them, and to commit to funding the needed repairs and improvements to the kiosk, signage, and other items identified by Parks and Recreation in Veterans Park.
Second the motion.
Do we need, does that include all the pieces that you needed?
So,
Okay.
yeah, is that what I had sent earlier? Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. A second from Mary. Any further discussion or comments?
So awesome.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And for the record, just, Mike said he supported this, just so people know, it's not official on the record, but just so people are aware, he was in support of this. So, okay, thank you, Mary Kay.
Great.
Thanks for all the background work on that. Okay, so I think we'll move to appointments. So first up, we'll consider reappointment of Crystal Pearson-Moses to the Hartford Business Revolving Loan Fund Committee for a 3-year term beginning June 27th, 2023, and June 26th of 2026. And Ally, can you help make sure that we're following this new procedure since you helped write it as we move forward with this, if there's anything that we forgot or anything? Okay.
Dan, Crystal is a reappointment, so she's not obligated to attend. She did respond though and said, thank you. She has a family commitment and appreciates your entertainment of her appointment.
Thank you.
Motion. I move that the select board reappoint Crystal Pearson-Moses to the Hartford Business Revolving Loan Fund Committee for a 3-year term beginning June 27th, 2023 and ending June 26th, 2026.
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion or comments?
And just a quick comment that as former liaison to the Revolving Loan Fund Committee, Crystal's a real asset to that group, so
Great. Any other comments? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
wait, who seconded it? No?
Ally did.
Okay, now we'll consider the appointment of Dylan Kreis to the, and I hope I said that correctly, sorry, to the Planning Commission for a 3-year term beginning June 27, 2023 and ending June 26 of 2026. Dylan's here, so go ahead.
Good evening, my name is Dylan Kreis.
Thank you, sorry. I was getting wrong.
Live in the village of White River Junction, in town of Hartford. I'm here seeking a 3-year appointment to the planning commission. I'm happy to entertain any questions.
So keep chiming in, but I'm at the request of the community member, I'm going to recuse myself from this.
Dylan, thank you for your application. So as I'm sure you're aware, Hartford has a master plan. Have you had a chance to review the master plan?
I am familiar with it through my service on resilient Hartford.
So do you think that the goals of the, what's that? Oh, do you think that the goals of the Hartford master plan, when they were drawn up, meet the current needs of today?
I think there's always room for improvement as far as reevaluating what needs are in the town, because things are constantly changing as far as, as we've seen through COVID, we've got a lot of folks moving into the area. As far as climate change and what we need to do around climate adaptation. So I think that document is a living document and always needs to be looked at and reviewed and adapted to our changing world.
Do you know some of the goals on the town plan?
I know that increasing density in the town plan, and I'm definitely familiar with the town plan. I'm more familiar with the climate action plan and the hazard mitigation plan. I have been reviewing those plans. I know it's to review them. Definitely the goal is to increase density.
Yeah, density is not really mentioned on the town master plan. One of the biggest things that's listed on the town's master plan is the historic resources and the historic preservation to mold with modern needs. What's your thought process on historic preservation in terms of Hartford and our needs for the future?
I think historic preservation is always top of mind, but I don't. I think we need to adapt to a changing world, and I will do my best to take that into account. But if it is a barrier to progress, then I think, kind of the example with the northern states, that was like an issue. We overcame that because the need is there for workforce housing, affordable housing. So I think it can't be encumbered by living in the past while trying to strive towards better future for our town. and the people who live here.
That's interesting. A lot of the a lot of the town master plan I'm looking at right here focuses on a lot of historic preservation aspects.
Yeah, I said it's a living document
Yeah.
that, it needs to be.
And where do you see, would the need for housing in the town of Hartford, and particularly the needs for homeless dwellings, homeless shelters in the town of Hartford, where do you see the area of, I guess, best use for those facilities, or best placement of those facilities?
Well, I think you're getting at what Twin Pines and Haven are trying to accomplish.
No, I mean, outside of that, is there an other area of town that you foresee that might be better utilized for areas of housing the homeless?
Sure, I mean, I think it's probably a non-starter for a lot of people in that area, but I think the Brookside Nursing Home is a waste of space at this point. But I think that is probably going to be a contentious issue. I think there are other places in town where we can evaluate the efficacy of having those sorts of facilities.
Understanding that that downtown Wayward Junction, the old St. Johnsbury trucking building, that's not usable at this point in time. And I understand you live down in that area.
They're using it.
Let's use it for storage. Yeah, that's it.
No, there's like a couple of tow truck companies that are using it.
Yeah, but they can't stay in it for real long, as far as they can't actually stay in the building because of the safety concerns. If something, the reason I'm saying this, the reason I'm asking the question is there's been a lot of concern about NIMBYism in the town.
What was it?
NIMBYism, not my backyard.
Oh,
NIMBY, as far as placement of housing for homeless. So if that was built down, if there was a structure built for homeless dwellings down in there, homeless buildings to get the homeless off the streets, how would that rate for you? Would you think that'd be a location
I
that
would
would
be
be worthwhile?
supportive of it because there are apartment buildings down there where there are local people living.
Okay, and
They are not bad.
that's your neighborhood that you live down in that. Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, probably.
Hi, Dylan. This may be sort of related to Lanny's question, but I mean, we obviously hear a lot on the select board about concerns around the Haven, the traffic on the Haven, and the expansion and so forth. I feel like that's going to be continue to be a pretty contentious point of conversation in our community. Can you just talk us through what you think of that and like how you would approach potential, expansion at the Haven or not, or whatever? I mean, just.
So I at the moment, I am supportive of it because there's a need in this community for that sort of facility to exist. I understand that there is a lot of friction around that. I think the traffic concerns are a little overblown. But I also know that the Haven is also investigating other ideas where they might put some of their facilities off-site so that may be alleviated. But I just see in this community we have a problem we need to tackle, and that is one organization or two organizations in this town that are trying to do something. If somebody else has a better idea, I would certainly entertain it.
Cool. And it came up in the email about, which was just at your previous employment there. I mean, do you feel like that would be a conflict of interest? Do you feel like that informs you to have a better perspective, or what's your take on it?
I certainly think it's informative. I also did an AmeriCorps with the Twin Pass Housing Trust. I was working with clients during that period. Like we were doing a lot of renovations, specifically E21 VA cutoff roads. So I was working with them, moving them out, moving them back in. So I see the need there. I don't think it is a conflict of interest. It's just about how I feel and how I think this town needs to move forward in embracing our role in alleviating the problem, because it's not.
Yeah, and for the record, I don't think it's a conflict of interest either. That's just not how we define a conflict of interest. But it is a concern, a citizen concern that we've heard. So I just want to make sure we address that. The other question I have for you is about housing. So on your application, you listed the need for more affordable housing. Was it affordable and workforce? Is that what it says? Affordable / workforce housing, yeah. What is your opinion on housing that is, I'm fully supportive and agreement of that, but what is your stance on housing that is neither workforce nor affordable, but housing nonetheless?
Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with like, especially with Twin Pines, you know, that a lot of their projects have market rate housing as well as affordable housing. So I'm definitely pro like mixed use in that effect. But I think we just have, like Vermont has a problem, we just don't have places where people can be, whether that's like workforce, you know, with the unhoused community. So I'm open to all options. I think we need to be creative in how we tackle these problems.
Gotcha.
And I look to developers and town and all the documents we have to guide us to do that.
Cool.
And one more. Yeah, Dylan, a couple of people spoke to me and they've reviewed your application and your resume. And a couple of them commented on the fact that you've had some pretty short stints of employment at various places. And that leads them to believe that there's a lack of commitment. And I just wanted to be able to assure them by having you answer the question of what sort of commitment we're going to have from you on the planning board with this role, because planning board carries a lot of weight in this town. And I would love to see somebody be able to stay on that board if they're going to make a commitment to this position, to stay with it. And frankly, some of the questions that have been brought up about your resume lead to concerns about your stick-withedness or your commitment to various places you've been. So
For clarification, let me interrupt. Sorry, I think it's fine to ask the question, but I don't think that his employment history or practice is relevant. He knows he's applying for a 3-year term. He can answer that question, but I don't think his employment is relevant. If you would like to ask the question in a way that it addresses his commitment, I think that's appropriate. But otherwise, I don't.
If it's put out on public notice on this agenda, it's relevant. So could you just address the question?
Sure, yeah, I grew up in the town of Wilder, or the village of Wilder, town of Hartford. I spent time working, studying, traveling abroad. I came back to this community. I've been on the Resilient Hartford Committee for 7 years, being chair and now vice chair. To circumstances, I'll be interim chair. I think people have a varied work experience depending on the environment they are in. As far as like my recent work experience, you know, I was with the town for over a short stint. As far as my stint with the Haven, I was recruited to help grow a business in this community, which is thriving. So my commitment is.
Yeah.
Other questions, comments? Right, hearing none, we'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Vice Chair, I can make the motion I move that the select board approve the appointment of Dylan Kreis to the Planning Commission for a 3-year term beginning June 27, 2023 and ending June 26, 2026.
I'll second.
And I have a comment.
Yeah.
Dylan, I just want to obviously move in show support of your service, and I have no doubts about your commitment. One thought I have about the Haven and expansion that I just want to offer. I heard from, and I'm sure this in I don't know, I forget where I shared this, but someone from the Sharon Food Pantry reached out and said that they stopped getting their meat disbursements from Hannaford because the Haven started to accept those. And what I think we need to be cautious of is the total and over success of any singular node in our system could result in an imbalance where services that might be better distributed because the need is more distributed should be considered. And so I just want to put that in your mind, which it sounds like you're totally open to. I can appreciate that you obviously see this flagrant issue and are committed to the solution. And the other is with housing, I've been thinking a lot about how we talk a lot about affordable and workforce housing, which is crucial. But then I also think a lot about how there seems, and this is anecdotal, but there seems to be a lot of people who can afford more expensive housing that are simply living in workforce housing because that's what's available. So that I would agree with your statement that anything that we can do to develop, especially in density and especially in the community, would be good for us. The last point that I'd like to make is I know that there are skeptics, doubters, critics, and so forth because of your personal life or because of your friendships or associations and so forth. And I just think I get that we're a small community and these things are going to happen and calcify and so forth, but I hope that my hope is that your service on the Planning Commission will be able to create empathy with our neighbors and fellow citizens, and that we can, I hope that they will come to trust you and that you will come to serve them well. So best of luck.
Yeah, again, my commitment is to this town.
Sorry.
So my commitment is to this town.
Yeah, and
I will engage with people who are going to be respectful.
I hope you'll engage with everyone to a certain extent, but I do understand.
We have a motion. on the
This
floor.
is a comment before the.
But you've already
Yeah.
addressed some of these issues, and I think that sometimes some of these comments about the Haven, I mean, I know that he might be working with this, but he is also no longer working at the Haven.
Mary, I've said that, and I'm speaking my support. Not only that, I made the motion to support, and I'm just acknowledging that there is that. I'm just acknowledging the fact that there are citizens that may be frustrated with your appointment, and I think, but that's just part of democracy, and I'm fully supportive of you. So,
All right, good. Sounds good. Thank you. So let's call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
So one opposed, one recusal, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4 in favor. Okay. Thank you, Dylan.
Thank you.
The next person on the agenda was Susan Mullens, and HCOREI hasn't had a chance to interview yet, so we're tabling her application until that process gets completed on their end. That's through no fault of Susan's or anyone else's. So that will bring us to consider the appointment of Skylar Cloud to the Hartford Conservation Commission for 4-year term beginning June 27th, 2023 and ending June 26th of 2027. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Skylar Clod. It's actually spelled wrong there. It's A. That's okay though. It's very common. I'm looking to be part of the Hartford Conservation Commission. I currently live in Norwich, but I'm moving to Fiji next month.
Questions?
What is the correct spelling, just for the minutes of your name?
The spelling,
Yeah.
CLAUD. What's it about?
I guess the only question I have as far as not to the candidate, but to the process here. Can we make an appointment to someone based on the date to become a resident of the town of Hartford? I mean, it's not the practice of the board to offer positions on boards and committees to those individuals that are not residents of the town of Hartford. So I don't know if we want to accept this candidate's application. And if the board chooses to move forward with it, to make it effective of the date of her moving to the town of Hartford. If that was to take place, I could support this, but under any other circumstances, I cannot support that because it's not a practice of this board to do that.
Do you have a date? Do you know when you will be moving?
July 30th.
July 30th.
I have a lease too.
So I think that we could potentially change the date to July 30th, contingent upon,
I'd say August 1st.
Yeah,
August 1st.
August 1st is fine, but contingent upon that actually happens, you move here.
So I would support the application under those terms.
Is that okay? Do you accept?
Yeah,
the
yeah,
vote?
that's fine.
So any other questions or comments? Yeah.
Curious if it's even a requirement of that.
I'm on the, sorry, I'm on the Vermont, it's a commission, so there's some statute
Oh, yeah.
attached to it. So for conservation commissions, there's a membership stipulation that says all members shall be residents of the municipality.
That's, yeah, I checked that out. That's why I'm
Mhm.
asking for this to be.
So we could make a motion changing the date to August 1st. If
Yeah, I would.
someone,
Mhm.
you know,
I would
entertain that
suggest
if
that.
someone would like to make it, unless there's more questions. Yeah.
I move that we appoint Skylar Claude to the Hartford Conservation Commission for a 4-year term beginning August 1st, 2023 and ending August 1st.
For
Is
July.
that- Or July 30th, 2026, 31st.
I wonder if we have to, do we have to keep the end date the same just for the cycles of things? No, okay. Fine. And do we,
I can second that.
okay, friendly amendment, could we throw in contingent upon the residency happening?
Sure.
I would.
Yes.
I'm sorry, will you just clarify those dates again? And you're saying effective contingent upon moving? Or contingent upon residency?
On proof of residency, I would ask.
And give me the dates again, please.
August
Yeah.
Don't
1st,
ask proof of residency.
2023 to July 31st, 2027.
Thank you.
I understand what we're voting on here.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Comment?
Yeah.
I think it's so great that you're getting involved in our town. Just so cool. That's awesome.
My question is not to defer you
No,
from
that's okay,
being a
yeah.
member. I just want to make sure that we follow what we've done in the past and what should be doing in terms
Yeah,
of.
I was pretty transparent about it when I applied too, so I kind of understood the
I
process.
appreciate you applying, and I look forward to having you on there. So
It'll be the end of July, the 1st of August, before we know it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know.
So, great. Okay, so all in favor, say aye.
I
Any opposed? I think it's unanimous. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you much. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you, Scott.
Okay, now we'll consider the appointment of Michaela Lavelle to the Hartford Resilient Board for 3-year term beginning June 27, 23 and ending June 26 of 2026. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. My name is Michaela Lavelle, and I am applying for appointment to the Resilient Hartford. And I'm happy to entertain any questions. I like that phrasing earlier.
Any questions or comments?
Yeah.
Yeah. go ahead.
So when you put down the desire to serve the advisory board and commission, you put that it's become very important to you in the relatively short time that you've lived here. How long have you lived in Hartford now?
2 years.
2 years ago. And what is it that's driven you to become a member of this body in those 2 years?
Yeah, I believe I've done what I can to get involved in the community, but to take a new places other than Hartford. I volunteered pretty extensively at Billings Farm in Woodstock. I coach at the CCBA, and I have loved those engagements. And I think that I have had a pull. I've been following the Hartford Community Coalition since I've been here, and want to extend my skills and services to where I call home. So just making a really concerted effort to be involved. And I come from a place that has a much larger and more bureaucratic structure of government. And so the opportunity to be really deeply involved in the inner workings of where I live is exciting to me.
What does Resilient Hartford mean to you when somebody says we're Resilient Hartford? What does that mean?
I think that the mission of the committee is to create a place where there are interlocking systems that are supportive of the citizens here and the people that are here. So currently that's the gardens that are being planted. Soon that's going to be outreach and extending to the community this service that's available and understanding how to maintain it thoughtfully and with the with the original mission in mind. And soon it's going to be more projects that are focused on creating a really skill set and an understanding of what it means to persist in an ever-changing world that are interlocking with the systems that we already have in place. That's kind of vague, but does that make sense?
Yeah, when I think of Resilient Hartford, I also think of, and I know you weren't around and many people here weren't around, but the ice storm that we had in Vermont and New Hampshire, and also Hurricane Irene that we had, and the resiliency of coming back from that. Both the community, the town, and the state. Excuse me. My apologies, excuse me. Coming back from that. So I think about Resilient Hartford not only being about that, but also being resilient, and like, I'm sure you remember Boston Strong. Same thing, Hartford Strong, coming back from, things that affect us as an entire town, and entire villages. That's important, I think, to remember for resiliency in the town. So thank you.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Mr. Vice Chair, I move that the Select Board approve the appointment of Michaela Lavelle to the Hartford Resilient Board for a 3-year term beginning June 27th, 2023 and ending June 26th, 2026.
I'll second.
Okay, any other discussion or comments?
Just a friendly amendment. I think it's referred to as Resilient Hartford more commonly. It's in here, so I'm just changing it in the minutes to Resilient Hartford if anyone.
Yeah, it is Resilient
That's
Hartford.
correct, yeah.
You accept that?
Amendment accepted.
Thank you.
Comment? I think it's so great that you're getting involved in our town.
All right, so we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you for coming in.
Thanks, Michaela.
So now we'll consider the reappointment of David Barrell to the Hartford Tree Board for a 3-year term beginning June 27, 2023 and June 26, 2026. Any comments, discussions?
Is this a read?
Reappointment, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Question, has anybody reached out to the chair of the board just to get the impression of the chair of the board? I'm not sure who the chair of the tree board is.
It's Jeff Arnold.
Okay.
And,
I think he sent it.
and I think, yeah, and I think that he made a comment on the listserv that he's thrilled to have all these new people
Endorse.
coming in. So I think that
Endorse, that's good.
There's there for, I think there's several that are
Two
here.
more.
Yeah, 2 more. So he's happy to have that.
Good, very good. I guess anybody else wants, I'll make a motion. I will make a motion. We reappoint David Barrell to the Hartford Tree Board for 3-year term beginning June 27th, 2023 and ending June 26th, 2026.
I'll second the motion.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Right.
That's unanimous. Thank you. Now we'll consider reappointment of Leif Smedman to the Hartford Tree Board for a 3-year term beginning June 27, 2023, ending June 26, 2026.
Again, I assume Jeff. Yeah, second. Yeah.
Make a motion. I move that the Select Board reappoint David Barrell to the Hartford Tree Board. The reappointment. No, not Leif. Oh, we're on the wrong one. I'm sorry. I am on the wrong one. I'll start over again. I move that the Select Board reappoint Leif Smedman to the Hartford Tree Board for a 3-year term beginning June 27th, 2023 and ending June 26, 2026.
I'll second.
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Thank you. Now we'll consider the appointment of Alan Haehnel to the Hartford Tree Board for a 3-year term beginning the 27th of June, 2023 and ending June 26th, 2026.
Hi, my name is Alan Haehnel. I live in Hartford Village, and I would like to be a member of the tree board.
Just like to welcome you if you're elected here, and I hope you'll write some poetry, maybe even some more lyrics that have to do with the trees in this town.
I will.
Lenny, go ahead.
I see that the desire to serve on the committee skills or training is that you can wield a shovel.
Yep.
Does that mean you're willing to go out and plant some trees for us?
That's pretty much it. The whole history of this was that I was helping my mother, who has been involved in the Hartford Garden Friends for years. And when we were over getting some mulch for her project, we saw some people planting trees. Went down there, and I think it was Jeff who said, hey, we have some openings on the tree board, you should go apply. And I said, well, that sounds like a good idea. So I came over and applied. I like trees very much. Grew up on Jericho, had a lot of trees up there, and they're important to me. So mainly though, I just thought it sounded like a great way to be involved and to give back to the town of Hartford.
One of the things that I really liked about what you wrote in here, and I had to ask another question about, is that perceives areas of need in this valley, promoting greater civic awareness, telling more of the stories of and in the Upper Valley. How do you see trees telling the story of the Upper Valley?
I think in answering that question, I'm sort of thinking about my overall agenda, which is in terms of building a community, I think we do need to tell stories. And I did write one poem dealing with the Hartford Tree Board, and more will come. But how precisely trees figure in, I could tell you a variety of stories about going to harvest wood when I was a kid, and there are all kinds of stories that involve trees. So I hope I get an opportunity to put that, perhaps as part of my unique contribution to the tree board, will be the storytelling aspect.
Are you familiar with the Lone Pine in Hartford? It's up on top of Campbell Hill.
No.
Sure, Joe Trotter could tell stories about the Lone Pine on top of Campbell Hill. Yeah. So it was a very, very old pine tree that I guess you call it, folks went to spoon under, right, Joe?
I'm sorry.
It's an old pine tree up there that folks used to go and spoon under, if I'm correct.
Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
It's a lot of history, and I think there's a plaque around this dump.
And unfortunately, the tree was cut down this last year, and there's a lot of history around that. And it'd be interesting, some of the history that you talk about here, of those particular trees that were within town and the stories that they hold in places. So
It's great.
I find that very interesting. So
Great.
no, I was going to make a motion. Go ahead.
I was also.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move that the select board approve the appointment of Alan Haehnel to the Hartford Tree Board for a 3-year term, beginning June 27, 2023 and ending June 26, 2026.
A second.
Questions or comments?
Comment. There's an old proverb, something about a society being blessed, having people planting trees in the shade of which they'll never sit. Thanks for your involvement.
Thank you.
Other comments? Right, hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for sharing details with us.
Definitely look into the Lone Pine.
All right, so now we're ready for the significant activity report.
Okay, you'll notice it does not say town manager report, just significant activity report. There are two things specifically I do want to point out though, because included in the significant activity reports are responses to previous questions by the board. The first one is at the end of Greg Sheldon's significant activity reports is a memo regarding the speed study. And I don't know if I hope you had a chance to review that. If you do have any specific questions, Connie Kelly is here. Greg is on vacation. Connie will very ably answer any questions you may have on that if you have any. Okay.
Questions or comments?
Well, none of the other SIGACs or should
I just want to make one more comment. The other one is the at the end of Brian, our Public Works Director, SIGACs is a comment regarding the Wilder Park and Ride, and generally how we refer to that colloquially in town as the Wilder Park and Ride, but that again is how we refer to it. It's not necessarily how it's named, but that was also a previous question. So other than those two items, if there's anyone here that can address any of your questions, or I can, we'd be happy to.
So I did read Greg's comments about the park and ride about cameras. So is that something that we're gonna move forward with as a board in the near future? Or what's the thought process regarding that from the PD and town staff, I guess?
To the best of my knowledge, the only thing that Greg was tasked with was coming up with different options. And, the block camera I talked about in my budget presentation for last budget season. Actually weren't really the best for that facility or area. And with us, the public safety building going to the mobile roll-up system, which Dylan will talk about later, it kind of makes sense if you're gonna go to Motorola and spend all the money to put in that type of system of public safety building. And stick with the same company, they have standalone cameras. That way, if there's a breakdown, you know, one company rather than, the public safety building, you know, Motorola, that something breaks down in town, you deal with the other system. If there's multiple breakdowns, you call.
But in terms of the actual idea to go ahead with a camera system, we're okay to go ahead with camera system if we choose to do that.
I don't know that that was the question. I think they're in the greater conversation about the park and ride and what some people felt were issues there, and that other people had a different perspective on it. There was a request by the board to provide some information on cameras, and that's what Greg did.
Yeah.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, so I guess what we would need to look at, right, is how to fund it, decide if we want, what we want to do, and then how we're gonna fund it, right, would be the next steps.
Yeah, and
any additional lighting and with that. potential
correct,
grant
just
for
a broad conversation about the facility.
Because I mean, I definitely in support of all those things, especially, like, do you think, can I ask a question? If it's the same company project, like potentially could the public safety building, you could see what's going on in the park there. So like the park and ride. I mean, that does seem like the most efficient use of putting cameras in there.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we just need to figure out, like, get on an agenda,
Okay.
what are the next steps?
Other questions or comments? Other questions or comments from the board first?
Go up to the.
Anyone else?
Are we still talking about just this one topic, or?
Oh, SIGAX questions?
Yeah.
I don't know. Is yours specific about this one or the SIGAX in general?
Why the parking lot?
Okay, come on up.
May I just ask, do you have any other questions about the SIGAX of the police chief before we move on to any? Okay.
I do.
Okay,
I do too.
okay, so we'll go to these. That's what I was trying to figure out, like where, what your questions were about. So go ahead, Rocket, then we'll go to Cam, and then we'll go over here.
Okay, Mike,
No, we're gonna answer, we're gonna finish the SIGAP just specifically. So we'll go to Rocket, and then we'll go here, and then we'll go there, just so.
So mine is not about the parking lot, though.
It is or isn't?
It is not, sorry.
Is it about what Paula just brought up? or
Yeah,
not?
just
Okay,
for
so
the
go ahead.
police department
Yes,
generally.
that was the question.
Yes, it's just the way that the calls are being reported now has materially changed. And I think I liked the other format we had better, which broke it down categorically instead of geographically. I don't know if anyone else has feelings about that. It is interesting to see it geographically, but I'm not even like, unless we population weight it, like in terms of like what percentage of the population lives in each one of these sectors, it doesn't really tell us much. I mean, so it is a lot of information certainly, but I did kind of like the categories that for me was more helpful. I don't know if that's overly burdensome on the department, but if there's a way that we can sort of discuss that.
I think, and Connie can back me up on this, the greater burden is to map them geographically than it is to map them by call type.
Call type is probably a couple of clicks and it's done. That
By zone. Great. Well, I would ask the board for support in asking the staff to bring that back to call type then. That there's support for that.
Yeah, I think that actually may have been requested specifically due to one of the issues being the park and ride. And I believe that was why Greg moved towards that, but I'm sure they'd be very happy to switch back to it being by call type.
People in favor of that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, and especially,
Okay.
and as Chief Sheldon mentioned in his report, also that City Protect does ping things by location. So if anyone wants to subscribe to the City Protect, it
Okay.
shows the location of the calls.
Sort of a heat map, is it? Okay.
Kind of, I guess.
So it sounds like you can get it either way, which is great. So
Yeah,
we'll go
I
back
think if
to
we
that.
can switch back, if that works better for the department, it works fine for everyone here, then that would be preferable.
And
Thank
Kim,
you.
you had some specific questions, right?
Yeah, so really, HPD specifically, Connie or Paula, do you know what the community well-being monthly meeting is? Sorry.
Let's see.
Yeah, he mentioned that it was part of his SIGEX that he attended that. So I was just curious if it was something that he initiated or if it was something ongoing thing when.
Yeah, they're monthly meetings held by a variety of stakeholders throughout the state agencies, social service agencies, Hartford Fire, Police, and some others to just talk about difficult cases and different scenarios that are happening in the community and how each agency can assist each
Awesome.
A follow-up to departments here. So just thinking about this, I think I certainly didn't realize that asking by, location was significantly more burdensome on the police department. And I'm wondering if there's a way that we should be mindful or open ourselves up to feedback from staff and departments so that requests that we might be making, they can, I don't know what that process might be, but so that we can at least have a communicative dialogue, because I think had that not just been something that I thought was like more interesting to see another way out of curiosity, we may not have known for a long time, which would have been unnecessarily burdensome on the department. So I'm just wondering if there's ways that we could just sort of like publicly affirm our support for that feedback through the town manager, or I don't know what would be the best process?
I think you said it well. I think we can say to Paula or whoever is sitting in that chair that for the evening that we can say, this is something we'd like. If it's burdensome, let us know, but try it once and then they can get that feedback that can come to us. And then we can say, don't do that anymore. It's too much time.
Right.
And we can figure out how we want to move forward. Does that make sense?
It absolutely makes sense. And actually something came up today, and this is where it's good, I think, for Gail and I to work as partners with different talents. Ally, you recently asked for the SIGACs of the Environmental Sustainability Coordinator to include updates on the climate action plan. And in working with and talking to Dana about that, it was sort of, he gives a large presentation in February and in August, and he felt that it's it wouldn't, if he put things in SIGACs, they wouldn't have the proper context. And it wouldn't be sort of, we did this and I'd like to make note of that. It's a plan and it's a process. And he's more comfortable providing more context and providing more information. So it's not that he doesn't want to provide the information, but it's just that it might be in a different place than SIGACs. So that's just an example that we discussed and went back and forth on.
Could I ask a follow-up about, I know that there are people wanting to talk about other things, so I do have a question about that. So could I ask that now or do we save it for later?
Oh, no,
Just-
whatever.
Yeah, I'm open to, if it's something that's unduly burdensome on staff or if it's going to come to us in a different way, it's totally fine with adjusting that request. I personally found it very helpful just to see, basically like, what Dana would put in our significant activity report, whether or not it's actually linked to a climate action plan goal. It's just helpful to have sort of markers on how it's connecting back to the climate action plan with what he did in this most recent agenda felt helpful to me personally, just to see how it's tying back, even without, a full report or full context. But if that's something that doesn't work for him, or feels like it's too much work, or is better provided in another context, I'm fine with that. But I did personally find the way that in which it was tying back to the climate action plan really helpful, just to see kind of where.
No,
it's working
absolutely.
towards.
And he is happy to provide that information, but the climate action plan is a very big document, and he does not have encyclopedic memory and knowledge of it. So when he's putting out his significant activity reports, it's what's gone on, recently. And he might put something in there that is definitely part of the climate action plan, but then for him to research it back and find out exactly what it pertains to, that's where the it takes quite a bit of time. SIGACs maybe take a couple of hours, I think, for department heads to do, and this one with having to do the markers was significantly more than that.
Okay, are we ready to go over here and then we'll come back?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hopefully. I heard you call it Wilder.
Just state your name and town of residence, please, so for the record, okay?
I'm sorry?
Just state your name and town of residence for
okay.
people who aren't in the room.
Joseph Trotter, town of Hartford, village of Wilder. Okay, ever since this issue is coming up with this Wilder parking ride, I've talked to a lot of the residents of Wilder, and they say it's definitely a misnomer. It is not Wilder. As you remember, I was here 2 weeks ago. I gave you a list of all the businesses there that are listed as White River Junction. Our Advent Christian Campground is listed in the National Register of Places as White River Junction, Vermont, not Wilder, Vermont. Okay, so I would kindly suggest that maybe in the interim, until this thing is resolved, that you consider referring it to as Hartford Avenue parking lot, because that is the street it is on. It is not in the Wilder district. And I don't know if you're going to form a committee if you have to form a committee to officially rename that or not. But I'd certainly be willing to serve with the Hartford Historical Society on that. We do have a sign which I showed to you, referring to it as Taft Avenue. And the property, our deed for our camp, was issued by Orrin Hatch way back in 1887. I have a copy of that deed. And Orrin Hatch owned all of that property. In fact, I mean Taft, Orrin Taft. And it was for the longest time known as Taft Flat. And this is my 60th high school reunion, and I walked across Taft Flat many times to go to the movies in White River. It was never referred to as White. So I would hope that you consider it, calling it what it is, but it is not Wilder. Thank you.
Kim, did you have another comment?
If I have another Public Works question, what is that? Just, the power outage at well, first I was curious if there was a conscientious change from wastewater treatment to pollution abatement, like if there was a reason for that, but also what the deal was with the power outage at the Wilder treatment plant and how significant that was. I think it was Wilder. Let's go back to lost power at Wilder treatment plant, June 19, 2023. And this is the Public Works, Water Division.
Oh, water.
One, two,
Yeah.
three,
Page
four,
39.
Fifth line down.
We're
In
talking
the water division.
Yeah. Oh, what did I say? I said wastewater, didn't I? Wilder treatment plant. That's right.
So are we talking about the well, the 14th, is that what you're talking?
I guess, and I don't need this answer, and I was just kind of curious, like, I saw that and I was like, whoa, what happens when that happens? And
Generator, there's
Okay.
indicated that they lost power for whatever reason.
Okay.
The duration was
Nothing catastrophic.
indicated that they lost power. So,
All right, I guess that's, I just was curious to know if it was more complicated.
Yeah, Brian, don't go anywhere. So my question is about the solid waste facility. Sandboard had completed soil borings for the assessment study. Where are we at as far as being on track to have that done? As far as what percentage of the assessment's been done?
well, as of Monday, they should have completed the soil work samples.
Right.
So we haven't heard back from them. So I think the goal is they're going to analyze that data this summer, and then I'll get with Chris and work on that this
So
fall.
what are next steps for them?
Take that data, and then I know they've been going through that. I don't know exactly how, the exact task list that they've given us for that. I don't have that. I don't know that off the top of my head tonight.
We have a
First step was
projected
to-
date. I'm sorry, my
Well,
apologies.
it's in within Chris and talking about this, it's our understanding that you have a year to complete this upcoming year to complete this. So they did the borings now. They've been in and collected data. So they're analyzing that now. We can get back and get a timeline of what the next steps are. So that's no problem.
It would be interesting to know, I mean, from the board, I know Kim's very interested in this as well. Be very interesting to know what percentage of this project, of this study has been done so that we can come up with an answer for this. And I would ask the board to support getting an answer back as far as the percentage of this completion on this. If anybody's on board with that.
I think what we could ask them for is just, we could ask them to give us a timeline breakdown of what they're going to do. So we can actually
Just really,
go off from like that.
really be nice to know where we're at and what we have left to do.
Well, I think we have quite a bit to do. I think they're just at the beginning stages of collecting their data. I mean, what analytical process they're going to go through, I can't speak to that tonight. I have to find that out from Chris.
Do you know how many borings they did down there?
I'd say we were in the neighborhood of 18 to 19 different borings. I know I was down there last week, and there was a couple where they actually, up by the building, they actually did put some trash in. So
Okay. One would hope they did it down by where the CD pit was.
Right, so Monday they were gonna do more in the area where the people turn around, because we had to do that on Monday, it was closed. But I haven't heard back from, Tom was there yesterday, Tom maybe was there yesterday, as far as I found any other type of trash.
That's something we all should be very concerned about for our future.
Other questions or comments?
Not for Brian, but
Yeah.
SIGAX, just
So can I just pause for a second there? So I don't want there to be any confusion. Is Brian's update that he just gave sufficient, or are you looking for a memo, or what's
I would
the
just like
will
to-
of the
to
board?
know, I guess what percentage of the project towards the review has been done to bring back to us, because the faster we get information back, the faster we can act on this. And I know that we're a certain timeline involved for a contract, I guess we put out on this thing. It'll be nice to know where we're at in this cycle.
So do you just, are you looking for, we're halfway done, we're a third of
Yeah.
the way done, or are you looking for, we're halfway done, we're a third of the way done, this is what's done, this is what's left to do?
Yeah, that'd be, I don't think that's too
I
much
think
to
just an
ask.
update, yeah. I mean, just
An
an
update, okay.
Yeah.
Like, I
don't
think
that's
we
gonna
recently did that for, the retaining wall, yeah,
Yes.
yes, exactly, so
Yeah.
something similar to that.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Other SIG, yeah.
Yeah, so I just want to follow up on this note of the culture that we create in the select board with the town. It sounds like we're all on board with trying to encourage town manager and our acting town management and staff to give us feedback in terms of what we're requesting, so as to be just respectful of staff efforts. And then question about the assessing department. I noticed that there are 18 grievance applications, and I was curious about where and why there'd be grievances if there haven't been new assessments since 2017.
They're in the process of doing assessments.
Have they begun?
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there are grievances like that happen, like the BCA will often hear, that it goes to the assessor first, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And then if it gets to the point where it's not resolved, then it goes before the BCA as a tax abatement request. And that's not necessarily for a reassessment, but just someone's, maybe just their property tax rate has gone up for whatever reason, like without an assessment, my property taxes went up because there was a change of.
We have a tax setting meeting next week, so the tax rate has been set for the better part of a year, almost a full year. No,
the tax rate is actually set at that meeting. That is when the assessor will have the final numbers.
right.
The grant list.
And we look at how much money, we need to make and pay for. And that is held off on until, that's why we can't schedule it. We have to get numbers from the state. We need to make sure that Gail has her numbers straight. We need to make sure that Rick has his numbers straight.
Right.
And then it all kinds of comes together as we need a meeting now.
Right, so the 18 grievance application, it says reasons for grievance varied from valuation, tax exemption, homestead, parcel definition. And I guess et cetera could be hardship or otherwise.
It could be hard.
Okay,
Exactly.
So
And just one other thing to add is that these meetings went on all week. These were turned in on last Wednesday. So between last Wednesday, SIGACs were in last Wednesday. So between last Wednesday and today, there were grievance meetings held.
okay.
If I may, to answer your question, Roger.
Yeah.
So you could have somebody who's done an addition to their home, or you could have somebody who's done something else that's going to change their value. So the assessor will go out, take a look at it, and maybe it's increased the value of their home by $100,000. So even though a reassessment hasn't been done townwide, there will always be those instances where
Thank you.
that change.
So just ongoing assessments.
Correct.
Even though we haven't done
And
the
you only
town.
have, it's my understanding, only 2 people agree, so that's pretty minor, so.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, let's then go to the Parks and Rec proclamation. So the town of Hartford, designation of July as Parks and Recreation Month, whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of communities throughout this country, including Hartford, Vermont, and whereas Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live nearby parks. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's. And whereas Parks and Recreation encourages physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designated to promote active lifestyles. And whereas Parks and Recreation is a leading provider of healthy meals, nutritional services, and education. And whereas Parks and Recreation program and educational activities such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and environmental education are critical to childhood development. Whereas Parks and Recreation increases a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. Whereas Parks and Recreation is fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community. Whereas Parks and Recreation is essential and adaptable infrastructure and makes our communities resilient in the face of natural disasters and climate change. Whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. Whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month. Whereas Hartford, Vermont recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Therefore, now let it be resolved by the Hartford Selectboard that July is recognition as Park and Recreation Month in the town of Hartford, Vermont. So thank you.
Do we need to make a motion? Do we need to adopt it into the record or anything? No, we've just.
Yes, if you could vote on adopting it, because we do sign it and put it into the record.
So we'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that the select board adopt the Parks and Rec proclamation and enter it into the town record.
I will second.
Second by someone over here. Was that first?
It's rocket.
Okay, great. Any other questions, comments?
I am very proud that we're actually doing this ahead of the month for proclamation this year. I'm very glad to see that it's going there.
Timing is
So
important.
It's
Yes.
very good to have that. So.
Good. All right. Any other questions or comments? So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we already talked about the World War I monument earlier, so we will move to the hour review. Okay.
No, nothing in our packet for this, right?
There is.
There is on page
On
what?
page 51 and 52 and 53.
Whenever you're ready.
Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Dylan Walsh, our IT director, is going to present on this particular item.
Thank you very much. In the packet, there's a memo sort of outlining when the IT department was sort of asked to weigh in on sort of the ongoing discussion about upgrading the video recording equipment. Kind of have a unique background for folks to know. I used to also do that job of jam in a previous life. So our goal is to merely just weigh in from a technical perspective and give the board sort of all of the information. And so summarizing the memo, it sort of comes down to two different philosophies, if you will. We feel as a town that folks who are in the meeting are best served attending the meeting rather than having to worry about sort of potential issues and recording the meeting itself. Now, that being said, we respect and understand that at the end of the day, that's sort of not our decision of how it's going to be done. So we'd like to just make folks aware from a technical perspective that the ability for us to have the best quality possible, there are certainly other options available. However, those other options are predicated on JAM's willingness and ability to have someone here physically recording the meeting. And if that's not the case for whatever reason, then certainly the OWL is kind of the option to sort of look at. However, from our perspective, that wouldn't be our choice. So essentially just trying to make sure everyone has all the information before a decision is made.
Questions, comments? Anybody?
So you're not recommending moving ahead without?
From our perspective, no. However, we understand that there's some moving pieces here, and it sort of comes down to the we recommend sort of the discussion of what does JAM want to do from their involvement? How do they want to proceed? What do we feel? Because we feel that there should be a human element of producing the meeting, which no automated camera could replicate. However, if other parties disagree with that fact, then I think that opens up to a larger discussion of how do we want to upgrade the facility, because like I said, from a technical perspective, there's a lot better options out there. And I think, in years past, we've collaborated from, JAM's side of things, the town side of things. And I think we could have a very nice solution at the end of the day. However, it's predicated on sort of answering the question of what do they see their involvement and what do we see their involvement.
So is there a solution available that works best for both parties here, for JAM and for the town, that you could meet halfway? Is there anything out there that JAM is willing to look into and the town is willing to look into to solve this problem? Have you collaborated on this, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, so speaking from our perspective, we're happy to be as hands-off or as involved as folks want us to be. Like I said, it's, currently we kind of provide the internet connection, and that's sort of the extent of our involvement. But as we talk about, sort of the facilities plus equipment that may not be ours, I'm happy to, engage in discussions if that's what we want to try and do. However, like I said, the question of is there going to be someone physically here or not I think has to be answered first, because that will essentially decide what direction we go in terms of a decision.
Well, I guess I'm confused because this board has had mentioned to it multiple times how beneficial it is for the audience members out there in, Pixie land, with the, in internet land to be able to view these meetings. So there's a definite need for a package to be in place to allow people to view the meetings over the internet. But it's like, I guess I'm not quite sure why it is that we can't have some sort of collaboration between the town and JAM to meet halfway for a solution. And I'm not sure from the perspective of JAM, whether it's an owl or no, if this is a hard, fast statement about owl or nothing. And I have to believe that there's a solution that we can come up with to meet halfway to serve the needs of this community to view these meetings. And if it involves town staff getting involved in that, then I think that's what we need to do. We need to dedicate the town staff's time for that.
And Lanny, I think that's a very important part of things is it's the human power involved. We have these meetings. We do have town staff. We have town staff who come and present and who follow the meetings and who provide knowledge at the meetings. And when Dylan said people are in the meetings, he was talking about all of staff as participants. It's a completely different thing to expect any of those participants to be in charge of also providing audio and visual for a meeting.
That's not what I'm saying.
And I'll just finish. And it's just, it's another job or another position. And so the point is, if that is what we are looking for, opening things up for, it's a separate thing. It's just not something that someone, a staff member or IT or anyone that's attending can just do.
Yeah, exactly. So let's go to Cam and we'll come back to you if you still for a question.
I'm bewildered that we can't meet in the middle somewhere here.
Can I ask a question? Jam, Chico, would you mind going to the microphone and telling me if we were to revert back to non-hybrid meetings, so just to do meetings that were recorded, streamed on YouTube, and then played on the JAM, like streamed on JAM's YouTube, recorded, and put on your website, what would that look like? Would we still have this situation right here? It just would not be allowed to be hybrid?
We would have some cameras in the room. I would probably replace the PDCs with something a little bit newer. I think we got some cameras that can sub in, but there wouldn't be a hybrid element. It would be streamed and you could watch it essentially live, but you couldn't interact.
So the owls are a factor of our desire to have hybrid meetings?
Yes, yeah, it's a factor in simplifying the technical aspect a little bit, and there's a few other elements, but yes.
Because like Lebanon, Hanover, Heartland, Norwich, are they doing hybrid meetings or not?
It varies from town to town. Hanover does not, Hanover Select Board does not do hybrid meetings. Norwich Select Board does, Heartland Select Board does, both of those using, Heartland using 2 owls, Norwich using a different sort of camera, and many other school boards, including the Hartford School Board is about to install basically this is, may install the system that essentially presented here, and then move up to HCOREI.
And is there a JAM person on site for those other towns that you just talked about during their meetings?
Currently in Norwich and Hartland, yes. Hanover, yes, because that has no hybrid element to it.
But basically, you're saying if we continue hybrid meetings, JAM is suggesting that we can get to a place where it's functional without a jam operator in the room? Because you would also be kind of monitoring it by Zoom.
Yeah, we would always be monitoring it, and that is the goal, to get the town to a place. Currently, Norwich and Heartland are in a place where they could start the meeting themselves, but we've only implemented these within the past few months and want to keep arriving at the meetings, and we would keep arriving here in person, for the foreseeable future.
Because I mean, I just want to like make reference to, as the planning commission liaison, it's their staff liaison that basically manages, like they operate in Microsoft Teams hybrid meetings with an owl that they've been doing since the pandemic started. And typically in this room. So I guess I'm wondering why, if it works for them, why it wouldn't work for us.
And the system would work better because it would be using the microphones. In my opinion, that's the biggest flaw with the owls, is the built-in mic isn't that great. And so, but I think the mics in this room are working fairly well. So that's the fix there.
And is it correctly, the only system that Jam is offering is the OWL system to us? There's no other option? Are you open to discussion in other options or not?
I would be open to other discussions. And I don't want to sound vindictive in any way. Dylan's very busy and has lots of things on his plate. But there's been a very clear communication in our emails that you want a separation of the AV needs in here and the IT department. And so I've always kind of thought like, okay, well, then I'm gonna have to come up with a solution that fits within what we can provide in our budget. But if there's more we can collaborate on, there are more expensive things that work in a similar way, but there's kind of a budget.
Thanks. Because I think that was part of Lanny's question, but let's go to Rocket and then back to Lanny.
So I'm looking at this document that Dylan, you provided for us. Thank you, the Vermont Public Service Board. And admittedly, I did not read the 34-page piece in entirety before this meeting. But is it my understanding that JAM is an AMO, which is a access management organization, which is a television operator designated to receive PEG access support. So it's government funding to provide support for public educational and governmental access throughout the state of Vermont. Is that correct?
People who have Comcast pay a very small portion of their bill to JAM.
Okay, so it's Comcast users who are being assessed a fee, basically.
Yep.
That then goes to JAM. And part of that then creates an obligation for JAM as an AMO to provide some form of access to the town of Hartford.
Yes, I think to summarize kind of the part of the document you're talking about, essentially what that states is that JAM's responsibility is to respond to the needs of the community. And I think what we're talking about is sort of what is, for this meeting, which I would say, comparing to, the other ones that use the hybrid setup, is the most complex meeting in its current setup. And so figuring out, again, if it's decided that we feel that we could run the meeting ourselves, which again, I do not recommend, then obviously that is kind of the opinion that JAM would respond to. But if we decide as a collective that we feel that there should be someone physically here to record meetings, which I, in my experience, can tell you, someone physically here directing, correcting the audio in real time, positioning the cameras in real time is always going to be better than an automated setup that is set up by somebody who has no previous experience.
So I completely agree. And we had an issue with the OWL recording the fan because it was motion triggered, right? I'm getting a little confused with all the details and who's obligated to what. My preference is that we keep broadcast. I think it's great for access. I think live streaming is great. It allows people to participate. And I'd like to have someone here. If we need to upgrade the systems, then let's discuss the price. I think that it seems to be there's some form of obligation through JAM to provide this service. So how do we make that happen? And that's my vote.
I guess I'm going to pick up or just exactly where Rocket left off there, is that the town of Hartford in the past has given money to JAM. And I believe it's in the budget every year to give money for JAM. And I understand that. I think it's, from my perspective as a taxpayer in the town of Hartford, which I am, I give this money with the intent to be able to have JAM, to be able to view my local meetings. And to not have the collaboration between the town and JAM in order to do that is very disturbing to me. And I'm not sure if that money that we give to JAM is in essence paying to have somebody at our meetings all the time, or what that money is going to. But I harken back to the point that citizens have made it very clear to us how important it is for them to be able to view and interact with these meetings. So whatever we need to do and whatever IT and JAM need to do to meet a consensus on how to supply that to the residents of the town of Hartford, we need to do. Whatever the answer is. And I understand that you have 2 people in your department, but you got to find a solution to this.
So we receive about, I think, $5,000 in ballot measure a year, and that just about covers our staffing for the meetings, and we would continue to staff them. And it may be remote at times, but it would be the same price, and the is to record the meetings, and we do that. We would continue to do that. That's the goal. Yes.
Chico, my question is, if JAM is gonna, if we're paying for staff time and JAM is gonna allocate that staff time, why can't we have them here during our meetings? What is the challenge, and is there anything that we as a select board can do to support making this more possible?
Well, I guess part of it is we can get a system in place that isn't better or worse with a person here or not. You're asking for a service that just encumbers someone for no particular reason.
No, there is a particular reason. It's that none of us, that's none of our jobs, and none of us want to take that on additionally. I think there's a shared view that is JAM's job. It has been JAM's job, and we would like to keep it that way. I don't think any of us wants the additional burden of having to also technically manage that while we also serve here at the dais.
I would push back that it's also not our job to run your hybrid element. It's our job to record the meetings. And we're willing to help out with that hybrid element. And it's through the system that I showed you, and we could collaborate on something else. I just haven't particularly seen that collaboration come back my way.
I hate to see I'm sorry, I just hate to see this passing the buck. It's not my job, just solve the problem here.
But this brings an interesting point, which, and I don't mean this disrespectfully to anybody, but how is it happening right now? I mean, we haven't gone to the owl yet. So I don't understand what IT is like to me, and I don't mean this disrespectfully. It seems like JAM is doing all of it now, but I don't see any behind the scenes stuff. So what do you need? What do you need to, if you're just going to do the recording piece, what do you need to do that you're not doing, that we need to pay for and have an additional person to make that happen? I think that was the key statement, was that if you see this as your role, what are we missing from what's happening right now? Or explain how it happens now, because it's working for the most part. So how do we make this continue what we have?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think, again, not to repeat myself, but I think it comes down to figuring out what everybody's roles are in this situation, and any discussion about, like I said, from a technical perspective, there are many options and different avenues that we could go down. But until we figure out if there's a physical person that's going to be here, it's not worth going down that road until that's decided. Because once that's decided, that widens or narrows the options that we have at the end of the day.
How can we as a board make that happen then?
So can I ask the question? So if the board were to go in the direction of budgeting to pay for someone here in addition to any other monies that JAM receives from the town, would this be able to continue to happen? Is it a fiscal issue with staff?
Well, let's see, I'm not trying to extort more money from the town anyway. That really the impetus for this was, I've been trying to think of what the best system for this room would be. And it has to, there's kind of a tiers, there's some tiers here. There's usability, reliability, ease of use. And below that, there is affordability. There's only so much we can actually spend on it. And so I've been trying to weigh all these things in my mind. And I kind of had an epiphany one day. It's like, oh, we could use the owls as the cameras. And it wasn't trying to short you. It was a system that I think can actually work really well. It is annoying that it was looking at the fan. And and I try to be very upfront that it's not, doesn't look brilliant all the time, but it does do a pretty good job a lot of the time. And I don't know, Nick over here, who does a great job. I want to round of applause for Nick as well.
Yes.
Brought up that the owl, and it's a bit of a John Henry moment as well. It is kind of sad when a machine is taking a person's job, but he brought up at our staff meeting that in a lot of ways, it does do a better job than a human can do. It can look at two people simultaneously when they're having a back and forth conversation. There's certain things with these 3 cameras that we're limited in doing. And so that's that. But let's see, I guess back to your point, if we got more money, would we, I don't really want it to be down to a conversation like that, but and I guess it's probably not really my decision to make it as well. It would be something that I'd probably push up to our executive director, but it's not something that we're looking for.
So what do we need to do with the parties involved to get this to continue? I think that's what we're looking for. So we want whoever the parties are to come back to us in X amount of time and say, to continue exactly what we have. So we've got the remote option with someone here, and what tech needs, what does that look like financially and people-wise? I think that's.
Can I ask, I just want to ask one more clarifying question. So if, regardless of what sort of camera setup is here, whether it's a better system or it's an owl system, will JAM in their central location still be able to manage the Zoom aspect of it here, or no?
We're currently not really, so right now I think Kim is probably doing most of the management of letting people in, letting them talk and whatnot. So a lot of the Zoom management is already happening on the board. What we're trying to do is get all of that to the Zoom meeting live and have it work pretty much flawlessly every week. And it's been, most of the time it works, but when it doesn't work, it's a big problem. It makes me feel real bad. And so I guess if we were trying to figure out a system, it would be something that we can record our meetings on. They'll go to TV, they'll go to YouTube. But then if you want a feed from that, it would be a different system. We could have an HDMI port or something out of our computer,
but the interactive part, JAM would not be managing that. That would need to be someone in this room doing that.
Yeah, that's it, and that's currently happening.
We're just using JAM's account.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
You done?
So it's my understanding that the town and JAM have an agreement where we have funded JAM to record the meetings and to make them available online.
Got a contract.
But not necessarily to broadcast them live. Is that correct?
We broadcast them live,
But that's not actually part of our contractual agreement. It's the Zoom
It's the
part,
hybrid, that's not-
which is the broadcasting live.
No, it's the ability to have people interact with that, so that Marie Alvin can call in, or that one of us can attend remotely.
So there would still be a live broadcast, but with no participation?
Correct.
My question is, how can JAM reasonably guarantee fulfillment of that, which is that there would be a live broadcast if we run into a technical issue that none of us are equipped to handle if no one's on site. So I do hear your point, and I can say if maybe the interactive level is more work than the original agreed upon scope, then I would encourage you to talk to Samantha about what a fair price would be for additional work. I don't think that any of us is below, so low that we wouldn't be willing to pay fairly for great work. And I think we all have a shared great appreciation for Jam and for Nick and for you. So if there's a more fair rate for increased work, then I think that's a fair thing. But I think that it's pretty crucial for me that we have a representative from Jam here for our meetings. And I do understand what you're saying, that you're not trying to shirk responsibility, but find new solutions. So I do hear that for sure. But I think that for us, when it comes to batteries going out or microphones falling out or just whatever it is, I think it would give us a great peace of mind as well as the community to just make sure we can make that happen. So if there is additional work that comes with that, then I would certainly entertain that. But otherwise, for myself, I would just want to stay the course as is and ask Dylan to stay the course and making sure that the Wi-Fi runs and the power's on, and Jam to continue providing the service that you have, which I think is great.
Can I ask you one more question? Is it that regardless of what the financial aspect is, that Jam just doesn't want to do that? Like, is that, because Jam is a very dynamic organization. It's an arts organization as well as doing, this is one of the roles that it seems like it is a requirement to perform, if I'm understanding that all correctly. So is it not just that, you can pay someone more, just like we could pay a staff person more, but if there's not currently a staff person that wants to manage this, then we're not going to get that person to do it. Does Jam just not want to do the hybrid part?
I think we can handle it, but it's trying to streamline things a little bit. There's 9 boards that we cover, and when it was just record the meeting, bring a camcorder, push record and record the meeting, that was pretty manageable. But when it became a Zoom meeting for all of that, being a requirement being that it all has to work perfectly live, the work did increase quite a bit. And so some of it has to do with streamlining things a little bit and making things more manageable so they can happen live. And so, yeah, the reliability part and the ease of use part are big factors whenever I'm trying to design a system. I'm not sure if that got back to actually answer the question.
I have a quick comment, and it's not directed towards what we're doing right here and now, but we've got a year to also work on the fact that Phil Scott continued the use for towns to using hybrid until July 2024. So, I don't know if that will continue after that. There's just something to think about that, I've been thinking about how will we all go back to in-person or not. Seems like a lot of towns want to continue hybrid, want to continue this, but it's just a statement of we've got some thinking to do too about where we're going and what may happen too in the long term. Thank you.
I guess what I would like to see Jam do at this point is to supply the town with what we would need for equipment, because it seems like it's an equipment issue for you guys. What we would need if we were to purchase equipment, what we would need to purchase for equipment to A, replace the cameras, B, have a system where you could possibly have a split screen to have a conversation going on and fulfill the requirements necessary to have a live broadcast, interactive meeting. To find out, have you come back to us with what technology is needed for a cost element. That would be what I would think would be the way forward. And then we can have our IT department evaluate that and give a report back to the board as far as what his recommendation is to move forward.
Well, I did provide you with some equipment that you could use. You didn't like
yeah, but I'm
much.
saying not an owl device though, because you've obviously heard that owl device is not recommended by our IT department. So you gotta be something else out there. So something like these cameras, and you said there's different camera systems out there.
Yeah.
So if you had a different camera system that you could provide a split screen in order to have a conversation between two people, be recorded and still have it broadcast live and interactive. I mean, there's got to be that technology out there. This is 2023 for God's sakes. I mean,
Yes,
come on,
there's a system the Howe Library has that's pretty slick, and it uses PTZ cameras that automatically track.
Then
who's talking.
present it.
Yeah, it's expensive and it has a service contract, which would be a little bit frightening to me. If something breaks in it, you can probably get someone to fix it within a few days, but as far as at the actual meeting, could you, and that's where I think having something just like 2 owls, which are just consumer devices.
But
that are
you don't
easy
know
to
until you
replace.
present it. And if you present it to our IT department, have him look at it and say, hey, there's maybe a better system that's like this. Then we can move forward. I mean, we're just talking about, it seems like right now we're talking in circles about Jam is constantly hear about this owl. I mean, I'd like to see you guys get off the mindset of owl and think of something else that might work that would satisfy our IT department.
Yeah, I mean, I also feel at the place where we're maybe, talking in circles, and I want to make sure we offer some clear direction forward. So what I was hearing from you, Dylan, was that it would be helpful to know first and foremost what the preference is on, is there a person who's actually in the room managing the system moving forward? So it sounds like, and I would agree with this, that all, if not most of us would be in favor of still having somebody in the room to be able to troubleshoot, to have a human element. I think that's extremely important. So if we have that much information, sort of a consensus on, would the IT department and JAM have enough information to consider, or at least have enough understanding to chart a path forward of possible workable systems, with that in mind that we still ideally want a tech person to offer that support. Maybe we consider another camera system, but to be able to move forward, possibly in some sort of collaboration to propose something new to the board moving forward? Or do you need more information now that we haven't offered?
I thought that's what you said.
Speaking for IT, that's all we would need. I would want to speak with obviously Gail and Paula, and as well as Chico, behind the scenes to figure out, from there. But like I agree with you that that's the biggest thing to figure out. And if that's physically having someone here, if that's what is decided, then that again certainly helps us to figure out a better solution that everybody can work with.
So it seems like for at least speaking for myself, let's just say, and I'll let the select board chime in support if you agree, having someone here from JAM for our meetings to me is non-negotiable. And I think that we have made an agreement with JAM this year funding the recording, and I would like that to be done in the process of the meeting so that the fulfillment of that contract of it being recorded can be guaranteed. Now, if JAM is having issues with doing the additional steps and doesn't want to take that on, then maybe we just relinquish that, or maybe we find a solution which might be better pay. But I'm not sure from a technical perspective, we're talking about all these cameras and so forth. If it's not broke, I don't know what we're trying to fix. So to me, it seems much more of a human management side of it than it is a technical issue, a technological issue. And I'm totally willing to work with JAM in terms of trying to figure out what we could be done in terms of making it a better work environment and experience and arrangement. But as far as I'm concerned, we have an agreement with JAM, and I would like someone here for our meetings.
So I just want to clarify that there's an understanding of the agreement with JAM. We don't have a contract with JAM. They request a social service appropriation, like other organizations to Good Neighbor Health Clinic, Good Beginnings, and then they are put on the ballot. So it's not part of the budget until it is approved by the taxpayers. And then it becomes, the town does pay for it, but each year they do have to reach out to the taxpayers to decide whether they're going to make this donation basically towards them as an agency.
I see. But is it not part of their obligation under state law as an AMO to provide this service? So I understand maybe there's not a
No, I see what you're saying
financial
as a
transactional
separate.
obligation, but there is nonetheless an obligation to our community to provide this service. So I guess we could say maybe there is no contractual obligation to fulfill, but certainly in the good faith and the relationship that we have with JAM, I mean, that for me is still something that I think I just can't, it's like, it's fine as long as it works. And then the time that it doesn't work, then it's going to be chaos. And so I think for us, it's hedging our downside on that and just making sure we have that service. So, and if there is, again, if there is something that we can do, whether it's considering an allocation, of financial support or otherwise, then I would certainly be supportive of that.
Somebody gonna add something? You okay?
I was just going to say that, not speaking for Chico, I think he and I would both agree that the current system could be better.
Sure.
That being said, I think, with the discussion, you got, everyone's figuring out the different philosophies and sort of the decision that you guys are kind of zeroing in on, I think will allow us to further figure out the best path forward at a later date.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks for your collaboration. Make this happen for us.
And with the direction that the ideas that the board would like them to come at it from a point of view of having someone in the room, is that
We like what we have, we want to keep it. So tell us
correct?
how we do
Okay.
that. And from both your end and your end, and if it means we need an upgrade in the cameras or something, fine, we'll work that in. But we want to have the support and the process and the procedure that we have now, so we can have all these pieces from, from our side, from the tech side, from your side, and from the public being able to call in. So that's, I think, what we're saying we're looking for.
And we are thankful to you both, certainly.
Take a break then.
Well, I was thinking that might be a good idea, but I was thinking since Dylan's here, we might do his thing and then get that done, and then we'll take a break. Sound good? Let's do that, and then we'll do a break right
Be
after.
quick, please.
It's up to us.
Yep, so we have the camera RFP for the public safety building. As you can see through the packet, we had 4 applications of, again, kind of piggybacking off of the previous conversation, a lot of different philosophies. Some of the vendors asked for or submitted sort of utilizing the same cabling and various other methods. However, as Connie Kelly mentioned, sort of the staff who watched all the demos and saw all the technical information really fell in love with the Motorola solution. There's a local vendor in New Hampshire who does the physical installation. However, Motorola was on site, and on the public safety side, we have a very large relationship with Motorola. And with our previous experience with our cameras, part of the issue that we had was the manufacturer as well as the local vendor sort of stopped supporting the solution. And this product is such a big player in the industry that we're very excited for the upgrade, not just for this building, but as there was previous discussion about the potential of cameras across town. We recognize that that's a much larger conversation with moving parts when you're talking about public places. However, we went into this project in mind of knowing that that's a possibility. And if that is, we want to make sure that public safety being 24/7, emergency services can act as sort of the central hub for if any location in town was deemed to, appropriate to put a camera in. So this is sort of laying the proper infrastructure across. And so you'll notice that the original bid came in at 51,000. IT negotiated the price closer to the original 40,000. So it comes in at 45,000. And speaking to the police and fire chief who are also in on the demo, they were very excited as well. And they've agreed to split the additional 5,000 that's on top of the original ARPA amount of 40,000.
So, okay, I was having
trouble reconciling that 51,413 with the 45. So, and even though that was, and basically you're saying it was a higher price, but it was the product overall that you prefer. And so since this bid recording tabulation summary, you've renegotiated, is the contract that's in here show the 45K?
On the last page, you should have a quote. I didn't want to include the original bid submission because it did have that 51,000. But essentially, when we were going through it, it was such a unanimous, after eliciting feedback, that we had a conversation with the vendor and essentially asked, we are very much intending to go with this vendor, and we wanted to make sure that this was the best price because, candidly speaking, it was over the original estimation. And, they've expressed how excited they are to work with us as well. And so the 45 is kind of what we were able to get it down to.
All right, that's for the discount of 25, 49, 29. So there's like a.
So yeah, so there's also emails attached about where the line items from the different departments would come from.
Thanks.
While I understand that there is a camera system up there to the public safety building, and I understand the need for one, especially around the PD maybe, I've always wondered why it is that we don't have one here at Town Hall. It seems that the Town Hall has a lot more, visitors than our public safety building does, and the need for security for our staff here is, in my personal opinion, higher than it'd be at our public safety building. And I'm not sure why it is that we're just looking, and I'm certainly not trying to spend more money, but I do have a concern for the safety of the people that work in this building.
So the good news is we do have a security system in here as well. We recently upgraded it this year as well. We are looking, hopefully, and it might be a budget item for next year. I would like to put cameras for the parking lot because there's been a few times that PD has reached out for vendor benders and various things like that, and trying to get footage that says there's no cameras outside. I, unfortunately can't provide that, but there are cameras on every floor of this building, and dispatch has access to it as well.
But within the rooms themselves, I mean.
Yep. Right in the corner there.
Okay, so
there's one in that room across the way, and in various hallways in between the different
and
departments.
where are these cameras? Where are those monitored from? I mean,
so there's a server up in the IT office, and we have remote access from, I'll preface it with myself, my staff member, management has access, as well as dispatch for emergency reasons.
So would this camera system up to the public safety building, will that bring us in line with what we have currently here?
The one in public safety has the building has, in terms of complexity, is much higher. They have obviously booking rooms, interview rooms, different, evidence rooms that have different retention needs. So while the system here in Town Hall works perfectly for what we need, the complexity need is so much more greater in public safety, and they have probably 3 times as many cameras.
This is strictly video, no audio to it, correct?
Correct.
Oh, no, I'm ready to make a motion.
Oh,
Yeah,
I would too.
Yeah, definitely move ahead.
I'm gonna do. Mr. Vice Chair, I move that we authorize the acting town manager to sign the astronaut security technology quote for a new public safety camera solution as identified in the attached documents in the amount of $45,000. All change orders require pre-approval by the finance director.
Second.
Questions, comments? Hearing none, we'll
Thank
call
you,
the
Dawn.
question. All in favor, say aye.
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 Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's 8:15. Let's be back at 8:20. Take a 5-minute break. Okay, we're back. So we will go over to the ambulance award next.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Ambulances have seen the effect of supply chain issues, just like a lot of other things have. Back in 2022, the voters approved $200,000 from the local option tax to be applied to a purchase of an ambulance. And in July, we awarded a bid to Specialty Vehicles for a 2023 ambulance award. Since that time, we're working on a year of that contract, and they just advised us that we won't be receiving it for another year and a half, probably. We haven't even received a VIN number for the chassis yet. So in the meantime, we proactively put out another RFP for another ambulance purchase. And during that process, one of the vendors offered an ambulance that would meet our needs that's immediately available. So the intent here is to apply the funds that were allocated for the first ambulance to this purchase. And then in a year and a half to 2 years, when the original purchase arrives, to use funds from reserve to purchase that vehicle. And I'm happy to answer questions you may have.
Any questions? Oh, Kim, sorry.
I just want to say, when I read that memo, I was so delighted and impressed with the adaptability of that. Like, somehow I feel like, like bureaucracy, all the stuff gets bogged down. But so thank you for, I don't know how that came to be, but
Sure.
Seems like a great solution.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Any?
Almost hate to ask this, but is there a possibility of having our ambulances hang on until that year and a half is up?
Not the 2012. I'm already running at third now. And the problem comes is when you do the math on what you think the repairs are going to be to continue its life out even longer, you'd have to necessarily take those funds and add it on to the cost of what the next one's going to be. So where you're purchasing an ambulance for $350,000, let's say, and you're paying to keep the one on the road for another $25,000 for the next couple of years. So technically the next one's costing you $375 because of the extra funds that you've had to put into repairs.
What about a lease opportunity for a couple of years?
I suppose you could do, you mean a lease purchase or like a lending?
Just a lending.
We have not looked at that at all. When this purchase came up, and it looks like we have funding, it appears that the funding, both that's already been allocated, and because the board already authorized $450,000 of ARPA funds to refurbish that fire engine, you're allowing enough funding to occur in the reserve account to pay cash for all of these without doing any financing. And because we're having to wait at least a year and a half to 2 years, the funding is going to be there to pay for this when it was supposed to be replaced anyway. Because what you're doing is we're replacing the 2012 ambulance with this immediate purchase. And then the 2016 ambulance that was due to be replaced in 25-26 will actually get the one that we already ordered last year.
So
the timing is going to land out right.
It'll be replaced earlier than anticipated.
Only by a year though.
The year.
Yeah. Which will give us some trade-in value. There's already been some internal discussions about its future use by another department within the town.
And this ambulance is fit up exactly the way that you want it?
Yeah, I sent a team to Syracuse, New York to look at this. The vehicle's there now. They were just waiting for us to execute an agreement. And my team looked at it. They did suggest some changes that's in the bid. Those changes to make to the ambulance and its compartment, it's minor things, compartmentation, some setup things that are in there. They're transferring our cot and power load system from the older ambulance to the new one. So there was some cost savings there as well.
So what foreseeable time would we have this new ambulance in place?
Once we sign the deal, they're saying 45 to 60 days delivery.
And the third ambulance will hold up until such time.
Yeah. In fact, they're giving us, we put out the trade bids for the 2012 ambulance a year ago. And this company is offering us $12,000 more in trade value by doing this deal.
So we'd be a fool not to go there then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Chief, I had questions about SIGAX that I would love to ask maybe after this, or I don't know if this, would you prefer that we vote on this first, Dan, or, and then ask?
Is this about this, Lanny?
Nope, gonna make motion.
Let's, well, I'll have your hand up too.
I was gonna make,
Okay, okay,
go for it,
yeah.
Laney.
Okay,
All right,
So
make a
let's-
motion. I move to authorize the acting town manager to award the purchase of a Braun Type 1 ambulance and associated equipment to Northeastern Rescue Vehicles Incorporated.
I'll second.
any comments, discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So it's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you very much. And did you have a specific question?
I did, Mr. Chair, thank you. The Chief Cooney, I'm just wondering if we could talk briefly about SIGAX. I apologize, I should have asked about this during that.
Yes,
session.
you should.
But so glad that you're here. I had, in a previous meeting, sort of requested more information from your department about a breakdown in terms of, and just for us as a board, trying to understand the costs, which does pertain to ambulances, in terms of sending out EMTs basically for non-medical emergency rescue calls. I know there are a lot of we call resident aids, slip and falls, pickups, things like that. And so I really appreciate the way you broke that down in percentages. Do you think that you could talk us through that, but also maybe help us understand if there actually is or is not any need for us to consider alternate solutions that would be less expensive than sending an ambulance to non-emergency calls? I'm not sure if I'm labeling and phrasing
Sure.
everything right, but I think you get the
I
gist.
think I know where you're going. I think there's
Yeah.
a lot to really unpack with what you're suggesting. But to talk about the specifics, I did look at, I was watching the meeting last week when some of these questions came up. And I had some of my staff pull some of the data for me. And let's talk about 2021 data, specific to the fall kind of lift assist kind of calls you're talking about.
Right.
So falls is quite a large category. That's what, dispatch is receiving a 911 call. They're assessing the situation. My husband fell down, somebody slipped, somebody fell off the roof. That's a fall. There's a lot of different scenarios that you can encounter. So it's hard to know what you're responding to. And especially when a 911 call comes in, you are responsible to send an ambulance to. Now, in 2021, of those 311 incidents of a fall dispatch, that amounts to about 14% of all EMS calls. Yeah, all calls. And out of that 14%, 45% of those were actually people transported to a hospital.
I see.
So it's a significant amount.
Sure.
The other instance you were talking about was what we referred to as a lift assist. So that's, for example, a spouse is calling for their husband saying, Mr. Smith fell out of bed. I can't get him up. Can you guys come up and give us a hand? Sure, we send an ambulance up, non-emergent. It's just a drive up. You go into the home, you assist the individual back, no transport. They're required to do paperwork, to do minor assessments for sign off, those kind of things. That's health code rules for us to follow. And then they return back in service. The reason why we send an ambulance is because they have to be prepared for the next emergency, right? We only have 5 or 6 people on duty at a time. So if they're taking care of Mr. Smith, they take care of Mr. Smith and they were in, let's say, a private vehicle and doing this, and a greater emergency or another emergency came in, they would have to return all the way back to the facility, get their correct equipment, and then respond. Where the ambulances are designed to carry these all hazard kinds of equipment with them at all times, so they can immediately detail themselves out to the next emergency.
And did you have numbers on the lift assists?
Yes. In 2021, out of 280 EMS calls filed, 133 of them were categorized as lift assists.
So what was the 280 number then?
The 2,080 EMS calls.
Oh, 2,080 total calls.
Yeah, EMS calls in 2021.
And 130.
133 times they were lift assists. And out of those 133, 7 of them ended up being transported to a hospital, even as a lift assist call.
I see.
Mhm.
So
6% of that total call volume was categorized as a lift assist.
Right, and so what I'm gathering is if 14% were falls and 55% of them were not transported to the hospital, that's about 6%. And we have another 6% which were lift assists that aren't going. So that's about 12% of calls that are not going to hospital but are getting aided nonetheless. I totally understand that a lot of it's going to be circumstance. If you have people calling for lifts and then they end up going to the hospital, clearly they may not be assessing it as appropriately as they should. And I definitely think that it is better for us, so long as we can afford it, which we can, to over provide service than to under provide. So I am definitely supportive of that. I do think 12% of calls to send an ambulance, I just wonder what the average mileage of that is and what that actual dollar cost is to us. If that's, I don't know if that's easy to do or not, but I think for me, and I also hear what you're saying about sending EMTs out without equipment and then having to go back and get it. That to me seems totally unreasonable. And so I would agree with you on that. I guess hearing these calls, so you have 311 and 133 for falls and lifts. That's 445, 450 calls, let's say. So that's more than one a day, or just slightly more than one a day on average.
Yeah, I would say that's probably.
So that doesn't sound like it would. I guess the line of my inquiry was, is there enough here that we should justify finding someone who that's their job is lift assisting and, you know, in non-emergency cases, but it doesn't seem like that's the case.
Well, you know, and we're only focusing on falls and lift assists here. I think globally, the discussions we've been having is, yes, there are probably ways we can affect this.
Right.
In fact, today I had a conversation with Katie, I believe her name is. She is the nurse, the community nurse in Heartland, Vermont, who's actually a Hartford resident. She reached out to me today. I've been on a meeting with Kim as well. I think there are outreach methods that we could do to address, you know, frequent users.
You're right.
Because what I didn't calculate here is, you know, we went to Mr. Smith's house 17 times.
Right.
But we recognize when those situations occur. And when we had a police social worker, we would involve them and say, you know what, we've been there 3 times this month. We probably should see if we can engage and figure out what the problems are here.
Right.
Is it like the home is not set up appropriately? Do they need better care, other solutions?
Sure.
So we do address a lot of those in those manners. But I think hopefully when we do the community, we have somebody on the community safety review that you know, looks at these other approaches. The city of Lebanon has adopted a combination of a community nursing program and what they refer to as a community paramedic. So that's a Monday through Friday position where the community nurses don't do a lot of outreach. It's more of telephone, case management kind of things. A community paramedic is dispatched out to these to actually sit there, take your blood pressure, have a conversation, talk about medication compliance, other things at home, and things like that. So there are systems that work very well.
So what I'm hearing is that you think that there might be opportunity for solutions like that, but just with more data as we get the community safety review done, and that sounds good. Okay. And I don't mean.
Wait. We're talking, we need to get back on the agenda here. So
Sure,
So if this is something we have a further discussion about, let's.
Oh, just the last comment on something he commented on, clarification.
Seconds.
Yes, I don't mean to be too militant about trying to quantify the dollar values of this. So if that becomes burdensome, then.
Understood.
Okay, so let's get back on track here and let's go to DPW Award Aggregates. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for entertaining me, Dan. I appreciate it.
Now we talk about rocks.
Mostly in our
And
heads.
sand.
And sludge.
And
all the good
sand.
stuff, right?
No sludge here, well, sludge, yeah.
So we have 4 items this evening. The first one is aggregates. This is our annual RFP we put out for the various stone products that we use during the course of the year. You will see we have 3 responders, 2 that are well-known, 1 was newer. And going through it, our recommendation is actually to Pike. This year was more competitive, so we like to use them as our primary and then have Twin States as our backup. It's always good to have two players that you use. So that's the first one. So, and you have the two GL numbers, the summer maintenance and the winter. The products will come out.
Just one question. The price of aggregates increased since last year by how much?
The last page, Chris put together a spreadsheet.
Yeah.
And I looked at the stuff and I just,
So,
I guess it was.
and actually,
I see
we're-
this.
if you take a look at it this year, Twin Pike's actually gone down a little bit, a few $1,000s from them, what we got it from Twin State last year.
So.
Now, this is a sum total. This is not actually what we're
Okay.
going to spend. It's just the, quantity of that we're anticipating potentially. So this doesn't mean we will spend this amount of money. This is just based on the tonnage that we anticipate potentially using during the course of the year.
I think that was, I spent like a half an hour or more looking to see what the prices were for last year, and then I saw this
Last
last
page.
page, and I was like, oh, it's right here.
Yeah, I looked for that too, and then I didn't even see the last page.
It was very helpful, but so I guess it was like, I mean, it looks like it went down significantly.
Well, yeah, I mean, Pike's price went down significantly, but if you take a look at Twin State, we went down about $5,000.
So we used Twin State last
408. Twin State was 408 last year total. And this year Pike's at 403. So, but Pike's prices did come down over $200,000 from last year. So.
Make a motion if there's nobody else discussion. Like to make a motion that we authorize this recommendation. Okay, we authorize staff to utilize Pike Industries as primary vendor for aggregates based upon the competitive bid, and utilize Twin State sand and gravel in the event of a product shortage at Pike Industries, or if access to the Pike facility is not practicable or hinders timely job completion of tasks and projects. Sorry, I can't speak tonight.
I'll second.
Okay, from Mary, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
The second one we have is a sludge hauling and grease removal from the Coochy Wastewater Treatment Plant. This is an annual. We had one vendor, Manosh, I believe you pronounce it.
Manosh.
So-
Manosh.
So, like you say, this is the one that we had. As you know, we have to take and haul that stuff. We can't be spreading it on the fields. That was part of one of the visits I had with my state rep and, potential ongoing costs we have with that. So we received the one. It's within the two budgetary line items within budget for what we have planned for 24.
Sorry, go ahead, Mary.
You have a question? Otherwise,
I was
I'll
gonna
make
make,
a
I
motion.
was gonna make it, but go ahead.
Okay, I move that the select board authorize the director of public works to execute a contract with NA Manosh Incorporated for $52,500 with any change orders to follow the purchasing policy and approval by the finance director.
Second.
Questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So it's unanimous. Thank you.
That was Lanny seconded that.
Yep.
The third agenda item we have, this is actually a project, Young River Road Drainage Improvement. It's my understanding, this, like, if you read through there, it's a grant that was received a few years ago. We're finally getting around to the project. This is basically a ditching, some culvert replacement, some slope stabilization. And we're going to regrade a portion of the gravel road. It's about 800 linear feet from the intersection. Let me make sure I get this right here from Coochy and the West Hartford Road going down through there off that intersection. I know Northwoods Excavating, I've worked with them, 2 projects up in Thetford. They're a very reliable firm. I don't know if they've done a lot of work in Hartford, but I've done 2 substantial projects with them, and I can vouch for them as contractors.
Questions, comments?
Make motion. Make a motion that we authorize the director of public works to execute a contract with Northwoods Excavating not to exceed $44,542.
I'll second.
Questions, comments, discussion? Good. Okay. Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
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 Unanimous. Thank you.
That was seconded by Amy.
No, I made the motion.
Second.
I made the motion.
Thank you.
Then lastly, we have the video that this is for our sanitary lines, the wastewater line cleaning video inspection for both systems, for the White River Junction and also for the Queechee. This is annual work that we do, that we have done. And I know I asked a question today in regards to how we keep track of this. And I guess, we're going to start, I'd like to map this out as we go forward, just to making sure if we can identify trouble spots and whatnot. It's my understanding that in the past, the chief operator would be the one who would direct, but I'm going to engage the two plant assistant chief operators this year in helping identify their trouble spots so we can get, the lines cleaned down and stuff mapped this year. So once again, this is both funded within what was budgeted for FY24.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I recommend that, I move that the select board authorize the director of public works to execute a contract with N.A. Minaj for $42,350 with any change orders to follow the purchasing policy approval by the finance director.
I'll second.
Second from Ally.
Just a question, Brian. After this is done, knowing that we've spent a lot of money on doing video inspection of our lines, what percentage of our lines will be completed after this?
Off the top of my head, Lenny, I can't answer that because every year you may be going back and looking at other lines again. Okay, so I want to try to map it. It's my understanding that we might not have been actually tracking on a map how much have actually been done, but you may have years where you may have to go back and look at the same area if you have problem areas.
So when you say that we may have to go back, what identifies the need in an inspection to have to go back and
how much
happen again?
Right, when you're doing your cleaning, how much blockage did you have from that year? What did you pull out? Do you have roots in a line? Do you have any other type of indicators of trouble? So if you go back and you take a look one year, we may want to go back and say, what's it look like next year? So there may be areas where you overlap from year to year.
And are these inspections, I don't want to phrase this, the inspections that we're doing on these lines, knowing that we've had water main breaks in the town, are they providing us with advance notice of potential breaks? Are we catching these things?
But these aren't water lines.
These are all wastewater lines?
These are all wastewater lines.
So,
These
okay,
are all
so
our
wastewater lines. That's wastewater.
Yeah, all our wastewater.
So do we have any problems with wastewater breaks that we can prevent with this thing?
Well, you usually don't have a break with a wastewater line. Usually it's a blockage because it's not pressurized, right? It's not a pressurized system. If you have a forced main, that could be one issue. That's where it is pressurized. But for the most part, with a gravity fed system, they're just, as it flows, it just goes down. So it's just trying to identify, making sure we can identify problem areas that we have. And I think the staff has a good understanding of it. But like I said, I asked today, do we have a map of this to take a look at areas where we've looked at? And we weren't able to pull one out. So I'm going
It
to
just
start
seems
with
that we're
this.
spending money on this mapping, and it's,
We can do that in-house. I mean, once we get the report back, we can do that in-house. We don't have to spend any additional money on that. So.
Okay. I guess make a motion.
We already
Oh,
did.
sorry, been made.
We just need to vote.
I made it.
Yeah, sorry, it's been made.
So call the
Yep.
question.
So any other questions, discussion? Okay. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye, sorry.
Unanimous. Thank you.
Do you want me here for the next one? Sure.
Okay, so tonight, the next one is the Maple Street Sidewalk Improvement Project. It is a TIP project. This one dates back to June of 2020. Was the last time probably that we discussed this at the select board. At that time, it was approved by the voters for $32,300 to implement construction of sidewalk improvements on Maple Street. And that's generally within the area of 87 and 101 Maple Street. In early June, we received bids, and at that time, we received just one bid. It was a sole bidder, DRK Corp of West Lev. They and DPW has found that it was a very complete bid, and there's good history with the town and other projects that have been seen in town with DRK as having good workmanship and quality work. The one thing I want to note to you is that this is a bit over the budget. It's about $12,242. That's over the $32,300 that was estimated in 2020. This increase in pricing that we've seen since COVID is not unusual. We've seen it in other things here in town and across the way. And one of the things I also want to note is that we did include within our bonding authorization from the voters specific wording that indicated that if there were any increases in the budget and we had other sections of our TIF district plan that also had underexpended, that we could transfer those funds over to the overexpended project. And that was approved by the voters. It was also something that you as the select board had reviewed as part of the warrant language, and that was approved. That warrant language did go to the state, the Vermont Economic Progress Council, which is charged with overseeing the project and voting on the appropriateness and accuracy of it in compliance with our TIF, our approved TIF district. They did approve they accepted the language as the wording I'm hearing now. So although the voters approved it and although they accepted the language in the warrant, it wasn't considered meeting their requirements for approval. So in that light, we have gotten recent determination by VIII indicating that we do need to go back to them in a more formal way and actually go through what's known as a substantial change approval process. There is a requirement on substantial changes that also requires to go before the board, and that you would have to, we'll do proper noticing and all that kind of stuff, but it would come back to you in that formal manner. So there is an opportunity that they did lay out for us as a way to go forward with the project at this time and not put it on hold until we could go through that process. And that would be to use some other funds in the town on a temporary basis on the expectation and hope that it would be approved by them. There is some additional funding that's been identified within my current budget for FY23 that could go towards this under our contracting, and that was not needed for other anticipated activities. And so that was what we are proposing at this time be used as the supplemental income to cover that shortfall at this juncture. And then we would proceed in the fall with getting the proper documentation and going through the process at the local level and then getting it to the state to do a substantial change. So on that, if there's any other additional questions you have, Brian is here obviously to answer anything specific to the bid that went out. And just as to qualify, the funding that is used to pay for these improvements is a bond, and that bond is paid for through the TIF increment that's collected every year and put into a special TIF fund to cover those debt payments.
Very good. I just had a quick question. When you have something like this, is there an amount of time in which you have to use this? And if this is all approved, when would this construction take place?
This summer.
Okay.
That's why we wanted to keep it on track.
Okay.
We have a contractor ready to go, and we didn't want to lose that opportunity.
Okay,
and take the potential of it increasing in prices and more.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I would also just like to acknowledge how great it is that like all these contracts are being executed and like there is a lot of work that's being done. I mean, it feels really good. I'm curious, and Lloyd, maybe you've explained this to me before, to the board before, but like I'm pretty sure I remember phase 1 of South Main Street came in a little under budget, and like what happens otherwise to TIF funds that are not, if the projects come in under budget?
Well, they can be allocated to other projects. It's not just this one. The language, which I did attach in the as in the documents that were presented for this report, give us the authority to basically allocate it from one to the other. I am talking with the state right now. Can we have a more universal approval from VIII, so I don't have to be going back and forth every time that this happens? And impressing upon them the fact that when you're in the field, you got to make decisions. You can't necessarily put it off and wait 3 months until you can get all the paperwork checked and off. And it was our understanding when we went forward that this was not going to be another level. So we're looking into that right now. They're looking into it to see whether or not we can have this substantial change not only affect this particular situation for Maple Street, but that when new projects come online, or if there's an over expenditure on one of the other projects that we have going on this summer and for next year, and there are other projects still coming down the pipe to be finishing off the TIF district improvement plans, that we will not lose that. We don't want to lose that.
Is the phase 2, I mean, I think there's still some pieces to be finished in the South Main Street phase 2. Like, do you have a sense of if that is under budget or over budget?
Right. Oh, that's in the budget. And we're not going to.
No. I mean, do you have a sense of it's coming in under budget?
At this juncture, yes. So, and that's even with some of the added things, but I'm not going to close the books on that yet until we're completely done with the project, because that's the due diligence that we need to do. We are coming close to having closure on some other projects that are going forward this summer, which there should be sufficient of funds to make up for this $12,000.
I mean, just, oh, okay, it's a little off topic, so I'll save it, but thanks.
Is this a complete removal and replacement of sidewalks and curbsides, or is it a fix?
It's a replacement of what's there, and we're redoing the alignment, and then there's curbing that's going in. We're resetting where the curb cuts are in relative to the access points.
But we're not trying to fix something, but like on the bridge. I mean, I don't know what the longevity of the fix on the bridge is, but it just doesn't look very good. So I just want to make sure. The bridge we just fixed out here.
Oh, well, I'm going to let.
Right. But this is more of a concrete.
Yeah, this is a concrete replacement job.
So that's why I'm asking if it's
Oh,
complete
yeah, no,
replacement
this is
versus,
yeah.
versus a fixing project. So, okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Mr. Vice Chair, I move that the select board authorize the board chair or vice chair to award and execute a contract with DRT Corps for the Maple Street sidewalk, curbing and streetscape construction project using TIF and other town funds, and to submit a substantial change request to the Vermont Economic Progress Council.
I'll second the motion.
Second from Mary. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you both. Up next, we'll have Wilder Community Center. So, would you like to, either one, do you want to sit or do you want to stand?
Absolutely.
Hello, my name is David Clem, and my wife and I are the owners of the Wilder Center. I'm here tonight essentially to thank the town for one of the most remarkable experiences I have ever had as a real estate developer. I've built or renovated over 4 million square feet of space. But I can tell you that this particular project has a special meaning to me because I fell in love with this building in 1968 when I was doing my student teaching at Hartford High School. And I passed by this building repeatedly and was completely mesmerized by the floating steeple. And I couldn't quite figure out how it stood there. Several years later, quite by accident, when my wife and I moved back to the Upper Valley, I drove by this building just as the realtor was putting a for sale sign on it. And candidly, having grown up in the South, I'd never seen a for sale sign on a church. And I was quite surprised. And about 4 blocks later, so surprised that I turned around and went back to talk to the broker. And 60 days later, I was the proud owner of a church. Now, there may be a psychological underpinning to this, since all those years at Dartmouth when I lied to my parents and said I was going to church every Sunday. This may explain why I did the old library in West Lebanon too, because I said I was in the library. And neither of those were accurate statements. I'm here to say that I've reached the point that we are going to sell this property. But I would love to figure out a way that Hartford can be the beneficiary of that, and Wilder can be the beneficiary of that. I don't know if you're interested. I have been an elected official in Cambridge, Mass, so I understand all the things you're juggling with budgets and taxes. And I don't envy coming out of the COVID pandemic and what that has meant in terms of disruption. But I'm going to sell this building, but I want to do it in a way that is helpful to the town of Hartford as my way of saying thank you. If the town is interested in having a conversation, my wife and I are prepared to make a significant gift to the town via a bargain sale. This building would cost more than double today what it cost in 2009. And it's been well maintained, with the exception of the grubs in the front lawn, which we hope to correct this summer. But we would love somehow for the town or the school department to recognize the historic nature of this building for the community, the potential it could be for office space, the potential it could be for a temporary senior center or some other use. I don't think it's necessary for me to go through the packet of information I forwarded. I will tell you that Angela McCanna, my assistant for over 25 years, is a graduate of Hartford High, so that adds special meaning to this. I will tell you that as you look at this building, I hope you don't recognize that the addition to the right is new, because we worked very hard to make sure that the handicap accessible toilets and the lift and the ADA accessibility, which could not be incorporated in the historic structure, was done in a way that blended in with the architecture of the original concept. I was fascinated to learn that this building, when it was constructed, did not have drawings. It had a photograph of a church, another congregational church in the Midwest. And Charles Wilder and the family that Wilder was named after, and who built this church and built the school and built the library, asked the foreman of his mill to take that picture and reproduce it at a smaller scale on this particular lot. And the craftsmanship in this building is exceptional for someone who has built a lot in my days, and my specialty is laboratories, research laboratories, very sophisticated buildings. But this is a great building. My engineering assessment when we purchased it about the steeple proved to be 100% wrong. This steeple had one whole column that was completely eaten away by carpenter ants and would not have made it through the winter. So it was fortuitous that we showed up. There are some very special things about this building. The organ is the second oldest organ in the state of Vermont. I am not prepared to include that in any bargain sale. We restored it. It was done by George Stevens, who is a famous organ builder in Cambridge, Mass. where I did my graduate work after Dartmouth. His office was on the street where my office was. He was elected to the city council as I was as an MIT student. And his brother took over the firm and brought in a new partner. And my wife and I renovated that partner's house on Arlington Street in Cambridge. So my wife is an organ major, was an organ performance major at Oberlin, plays the organ. That's her principal instrument along with harpsichord. So that one we're going to give to someone who collects very special organs. The color of this church is original, which was a complete surprise to me because I always thought congregational churches were white. This particular church, we discovered the original clapboards on the back when they added the addition to incorporate the organ. And when we removed that addition to repair it, we discovered the original color. So that's what's behind the color. But we think it's an important building. The house across the street we purchased later. It has much more parking than was required by zoning. The permitting process with Hartford was a piece of cake for me. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Can I ask, with a raise of hands from the select board, how many people have actually been in the building for some event? So that's good. How many people have seen the movie that was made about the whole renovation process? I will make sure each of you have the DVD. I provided one to the acting town manager. A local student who was a graduate of the New York Film School approached me about doing a before and after movie, and I agreed to fund him to do that. And he ended up making an 1 and 10-minute feature film, which is a remarkable story about this building, about the craftsmanship, and I think each of you will enjoy, and I'll make that available through the town manager so you can look at it at your convenience. But if you are interested in having a conversation, I know you have rules and procedures. It's a lot more complicated now than it was when I was on the city council in the 70s. I would like to have that conversation. If you're not, we're going to move forward. It's an incredible neighborhood, and we've met some wonderful people through the course of doing this. And I hope the legacy of this building is that it will continue to be an important historic structure in the town and will be a community resource, will be a resource for office space or activities that the town needs and pays for sometimes by leasing outside space. So that's entirely up to you. I'm just here to say thank you. And if you would like to start a conversation, we're very much open to that. Just let us know how you want to do it. If some of you who haven't visited, if you want a tour, we're happy to do that. If there's a committee that wants to enter into discussions, I'm obviously not open to the concept of making actual costs, construction costs, development expenses in the public domain. I am a private company, but I'm certainly willing to do that as part of a negotiation if the town is interested. But thank you, Hartford. I've had many memorable moments with this town, and I hope they will continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you much, David.
Mr. Clem, could I just ask a question?
Sure.
What is the building taxed at now? Tax value for taxes?
I cannot tell you. I can tell you that I pay my taxes on time, but I can't.
I could look it up. It's
Well, I
public
have too
knowledge.
many. I have too many buildings. I can't tell you off the top of my head.
All right.
I don't know what the taxes are. I didn't bring that information with me.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
So we'll put that in the back of our hat and think about it and how we potentially would want to move forward and keep it on our radar and go and see if people need to or whatever, or figure out what the options might be or whatever. So
I just wonder, it's like, I mean, at some point, whether there's an actual proposed price nice. That would be interesting. And then to think about, like, has there actually been discussion about expansion of something like Parks and Rec offices or anything like that? I don't even know how to approach this.
I know Parks and Rec and Emily's and have talked about if you want to call it a rec center there, you know, but it would be multi-use. It wouldn't be just for teens or students. It would also be for adults, kind of like modeled after the Black Center. But anyway, that's just something that they've been talking about in Parks and Rec.
Okay, great. So we'll brainstorm on that process, sleep on a few days and see how, and if we want to get more information or see it or whatever. Okay, then we'll go up to Center for Cartoon Studies, request letter of support.
Michelle is on.
Michelle is online. Do you want me to call on Michelle Ollie to speak to this?
Yeah, she'd like to.
Yeah, we could bring Michelle over. Michelle, you can unmute and yeah, there you are.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Do you want me just to begin or?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So CCS is requesting a letter of support. The Center for Cartoon Studies is requesting a letter of support from the town of Hartford for its grant application to the Vermont Agency of Commerce and Community and Development's Community Recovery and Revitalization Program. I'm one of the co-founders of the Center for Cartoon Studies, and my name is Michelle Ollie. And since founding in 2005, we have had over 275 graduates, 28 fellowships, hundreds of people annually attending our workshops. And lately, in the past few years since the pandemic, we've had about 400 people annually attending events, workshops, and our program. The project that I'm talking about with you today for the letter of support request is consistent with multiple priorities of the town of Hartford's current town plan, including downtown revitalization, reuse of existing historic buildings, and promoting economic development. CCS has renovated several buildings downtown since we founded in 2005. We're good at this. We know how to identify these sites, and it takes a bit of time to be able to get them to the state that they're in now, where they're very vibrant and active buildings that are back online. So we renovated the historic Kolodny building, and we purchased and renovated the historic post office building downtown White River Junction. So this telegraph building that we're in the process right now of purchasing and renovating will be part of our campus consolidation. And our current landlord and partner in this process is Consolidated Communications. And for those of you that don't know, the telegraph building, its address is 111 Gate Street. It's the white building, the small little white building that kind of wraps around the brown brick structure, the larger structure. So that is the building that we're currently in, but looking to renovate. So once we renovate the structure, the telegraph building will house a production lab, a learning center, original art archive, studio space, state-of-the-art classroom for on-location and online instruction, a public gallery, and many other features. It will expand our current 2.5 million economic impact that we currently have annually to the town, and it will also increase our property tax contribution. The Center for Cartoon Studies is a nonprofit, 501c3, but due to a vintage 1940 state law, any educational institution founded after that date does not qualify for property tax exemption. So we have contributed over $250,000 in property tax since we purchased and renovated our site. By investing, of course, in the downtown, we'll continue to help Hartford achieve its economic development vision and goals, to revitalize the area and make it a more attractive and vibrant downtown. The project has strong support from a broad base, including White River Junction businesses and organizations. Two Rivers Ottaquechee Regional Commission has already written a letter of support, so has the Green Mountain Economic Development Corporation, and the state of Vermont is a supporter of the school and this project. Redeveloping the Telegraph site will remove a contaminated structure from the rolls, resulting in public benefit for environment, and the downtown infrastructure will become a safe and very vibrant place once we're done. The renovation is on the priority list. It's considered a priority list or priority project, I'm sorry, for the state. CCS community spirit is well known. CCS has a lot of engagement with local organizations, including the VA Medical Center, JAG Productions, Northern Stage, Everybody Wins, Good Neighbor Health Clinic, and the list goes on. This will only continue and expand with this renovation in this space, or with renovating this space. Undergoing right now, we're in a purchase and sale agreement, and we're in the final stages of the environmental testing that's necessary for the subsequent cleanup. And this is an official, we actually have applied, and we've been part of this Vermont Brownfields Reuse and Environmental Liability limitation program now since we started this process close to now a year and a half ago. As we await for the approval from the United States EPA, which is ran through the Vermont umbrella program, we'll be moving forward with fundraising and other efforts. And all in all, this project will, right now our estimate is at 2.2 million for the cleanup, renovation, construction, code compliance, fit up, and most importantly too, making the building accessible. CCS will be building a capital stack, which we're working on right now, which will help fund this campus reconfiguration. And that'll include federal, state, and private support. We're asking with the grant application, for 20% of the project, which is the maximum that you can ask for, and that's equivalent to $333,563 dollars of the project. And I guess at this point, I'd love to take any questions if you have them. We do have a draft letter for the letter of support, should you pursue, and I believe it needs to come from a town official or a town director. I would think it would, the planning director, Lori Hirschfield, would make sense. So I guess I can take any questions at this point.
Thanks, Michelle. Any questions? Any?
I guess the question I would have is, are you going to look at moving from your existing building carte blanche all into this new building if you did so?
No, we're consolidating to two structures. So our plan is to stay in the post office building, which is directly across from Hotel Coolidge in downtown, and then we would move out of the Kolodny building, and all that programming would move into the Telegraph building when it's complete.
So officially, your headquarters would be the Telegraph building, correct? Or
it would be the post office building, and then the Telegraph building would be our second campus building.
Okay, all right. And is this something you're looking to possibly have lodging for students in, or is that something to expand into in a possibility, or?
Not a possibility. It's not a possibility for that site, given the current brownfield testing that has already taken place, nor is there room for it within that small structure. But good question.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Just to be clear, Michelle, there's no financial commitment on this side of the town. It's just really a letter of support. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. It is a letter of support for a grant application.
Great.
Good question.
Just okay, my comment on this sounds terrific.
Thank you. We're excited about it. I appreciate all your support, and I appreciate your time tonight.
make
Yeah.
a comment and a motion?
Sure.
And one of the comments is, and maybe Michelle, you could clarify this for me, but the Center for Cartoon Studies is one of the very few educational institutions, like it's a nonprofit educational institution that is not exempt from property tax. So I'd just like to highlight that the economic benefits that the Center for Cartoon Studies brings to the town of Hartford and to the state of Vermont for that matter is exceptional, but just keep that in mind that it's a school and it still has to pay property taxes. And with that, I will move that.
Michelle, what's the deadline on this?
We actually were hoping to submit it by the 30th. So that's in 3 days. And we have the letter already drafted. I think it was sent to all of you, and I could resend it tonight if that would be helpful.
Could I just confirm, is that your internal deadline? What's the actual deadline for submission? And is it first come, first serve?
I believe it's first come, first serve. And our deadline internally is the 30th, and that is the date that we have been planning to submit to this date for. And if we don't submit to that, it can be a first come, first serve, or you lose opportunity with these grants. We have some experience with working with grants like this and others, and often the later you apply, sometimes the fund availability diminishes. But that's a good question.
Yep, yes, and just logistically, because I have a feeling there's going to need to be a little bit of direction given. What is the understanding first come, first serve, and you of course would want to be there, in accordance with your deadline. Is there an actual deadline though for the submission?
I don't have that deadline in front of me right here. Are you anticipating that? I guess. What can I answer in regards to that question? I could dig around and find. I don't have my grant writer with me right now, but I'm pretty certain the 30th was the date that I was given. And I believe that's the official date that the school has been intending to submit for this round of funding.
Is that a problem on your end, Paula? Or
I'm just trying to gather all the facts, and
Sure.
I do understand that if it is first come, first serve, and the importance of that, but I think it would be helpful to also know what the deadline is for submissions.
Sure. I can get that in a few seconds for you, I guess. Possibly, it might be right on their website. I know it's revolving, or not revolving, but first come, first serve, and this is the first round.
I'm of the opinion that even though the timeline might be tough, that we just support it and do what we can, and we'll try to figure out ways. I think that this is something I touched on earlier. I think we as a select board could try to figure out ways to get ahead of timelines in the future and whatever it is that we need to do. But I think that we should probably support this as best we can, and apologize to staff for any burden that might come.
No, not at all. It's just if the board does decide to support this, I just want to know if it's a board member who's going to write the letter, or how you best, but who's going, right, but is the board going to review the entire letter and okay it, or is the board going to authorize one member to review the letter and then authorize it? I just want to make sure that if it's getting board approval, that everybody sees the letter and is okay with it.
Maybe what we could do is, sorry, I'm out of turn. Maybe what we could do is to just, as a select board here, make a statement, a written statement, we fully endorse this letter by Two Rivers Ottaquechee Regional Commission and the submission of this grant request, signed the Hartford Selectboard. Would that be sufficient? No burden.
Would you mind if we added something that just says, and we appreciate a review of the planning director or something like that?
Sure.
Is that okay?
I
Yes. I'm sorry, Lord.
That's okay.
One of the things that's needed is to verify compatibility with the town plan. And that is information that was provided in there, but that is what they're looking for from the municipality, compatibility with town plan. That is something I can do. I do have, I typically would recommend that if you're doing something like this, you also include a statement that may say that you're not advocating one application over another, but that you're just documenting that it is compatible with the town plan. You can include other information about the application that we've received, about it, but that you're not advocating one application over another, you're just verifying compatibility and that it does have community support. So
We have enough time, Lori, for you to see if it's compatible with the.
I will make sure.
Can I,
So then
Deadline.
the possible process would be for the board to authorize town staff to create and send an approved letter on behalf of the town.
I mean, it's a letter of support. It's not dedicating us monetarily to anything. So I don't know why we can't just authorize town staff to just write a letter. It's not committing us to
I think that's what
anything.
Paul was saying, was
Yeah,
that we just have to certify.
Yeah, it's not,
Yeah.
it's not committing us to a thing. So why not let them do it? I'm fine with that.
I'd like to suggest or remind everyone that we did send a draft letter that did also outline the specific areas that are aligned with the plan, just to kind of help expedite things. I've worked with Lori in the past because I was part of the town plan master planning process, and we applied for grants. And I think it's a great thing when the person applying for it can start the process for you at least. And so we did draft a letter in hopes that it would be, kind of touch on all the things that are necessary for that and make it easier, hopefully, on the staff. And I think Lori has a copy too, and I can resend it to everyone if that's helpful. And I wish I didn't even have to ask for any or ask you for anything more than you're already doing. So if there's anything I can do to expedite things on my end or on our end here, I'd love to help.
But I'm ready to make a motion. I'm just not exactly 100% sure what that motion
I think Kim has one.
needs to be. Do you have one?
Yeah.
So I have a quick question, point of clarification.
Yep.
Is this the same grant you're applying to?
Sure is.
Okay,
That's why we want to be very consistent.
great. So I just wanted to make sure that we, and thank you, Lori, for mentioning that as well. So I think that then it is important for us to be cognizant of that in the way that we do this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever statement that was.
Glad we got to clarify that.
Or Lori made it, but I think we've got that line that we can put in there. We're not advocating for one over the other, so it's great.
So Vice Chair, I move that the Select Board direct the Acting Assistant Town Manager to provide a letter of support on behalf of the town for the Center for Cartoon Studies of its grant application to the Vermont Agency of Commerce and Community Development's Community Recovery and Revitalization Program.
I'll second.
Second by Ally. Any questions or comments?
Okay, so knowing Mark's here for the same thing. All right. To be fair, we're going to authorize the same thing.
Of course. Well,
March.
that'll be the next topic of conversation. as
So
well.
the timelines are the same. You're both competing for the same grant
Or more.
or more. There's only one grant, right?
Well, the state, it's like 100 million or something that was given to the state for COVID relief projects. And I think they have.
Mark, you speaking of like.
Okay.
They have to, I think they have to spend all the money by the end of September.
Okay.
So there's been, I don't know how many projects have already submitted across the state. I think, based on the previous person, there's a couple different rounds of organization for the state. I think, I don't know the dates, but I know, one of the cutoff periods to make it in one of those windows must be pretty short.
So what are the things that bothers me about this approach that we're taking is that I don't know how long it was that we've known about this, that it could have come before this board. But in the past, this board has made, I want to say, has rushed to do things without having all of the information available to it. And without having, and in this case, we're looking at having town staff drop a letter without us really knowing all of the details behind it. And I question whether we're going about this process wrong, because if this information was known that this grant was available, why are we now just hearing about you wanting a letter of support? And why is it, I should be asking this to the Council for Center for Correctional Studies, and not you, Mark, I'm sorry, is why are we now hearing about you needing a letter of support from the town of Hartford?
I think, well, first of all, let's keep on this one because we have a motion on the.
Right,
table.
no, that's why, but
I hear you, I think you're right, but perhaps maybe they just discovered the grant and now they're rushing to get it done in time. I don't really know what.
No, we also were told initially, or we actually had reached out to the town planning director, Lori, and in the past, like I say, I have experience with this. This is a new process. We've never come to the select board for a letter of support. And so this was new to us. We had to get on the schedule. When we started writing this, we went through all the requirements and then realized, oh, wow, we didn't even know that we had to come to the select board. So that pushed us out now 2 weeks from when we originally were going to be submitting this.
I know we're still under discussion, correct?
Mhm.
But I'm just uncomfortable with this being brought before us now with such short notice. And that's, I'm going to vote no on this, and I'm frankly going to vote no on Mark's as well, because I believe that we are short-sighted in what we have available to us to allow this to happen. And it's not that I'm discouraging business in any way, shape, or form, because I think this would be an excellent addition to downtown River Junction, as well as having River Rose Brewery. But we have to make sure that we go about the process in the correct manner. And this seems like we're constantly putting, I don't want to say putting the cart before the horse, but it seems like we're constantly going about things without the full information we needed. Not too long ago, we denied a request by Mr. Briggs because we didn't have all the information available. This board, I understand this, but I understand that. I understand that. But we didn't have all the information available at that time to make a decision. And I don't think that we have all the information available at this time from town staff to warrant a decision. So on that information, I'm not gonna vote for this.
Lanny, can I just want to make the point that before us still is the one request from the Center for Cartoon Studies, and we have, and just as far as deadlines go, or a timeline for when a letter would be requested, we have not asked the same question of the second agenda item. So I just don't want to.
But I just don't feel that town staff has the opportunity to get back to us after doing research on this. I don't think that they have the opportunity to get back to us as a board to make the proper decisions on either applicant.
Understood. And I do think that is why I kind of wanted to know when is the actual deadline, because
I'm sorry,
understanding that you're directing me to have Lori write the letter, but you're approving it without providing the language is just a little bit.
I can't do it.
Okay.
So I can understand that the timelines are tight. Look, as you all know, I voted differently on the Dave Briggs RFP. The reason with that one, I do understand the rationale of that may potentially have signed us up for town money to be committed. But at that stage, there was nothing committed and could have been rejected. I think in this case, would we love to see this further in advance? Of course. And is it in some ways unfair of us as a select board to ask staff to turn this around on such short notice? Yes. At the same time, is this an opportunity for us to potentially support two private entities, one nonprofit, one for-profit, in this case, let's stick with Cartoon School, to access potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in one-time federal funding to be invested in our community. I think it's pretty clear that this is the, even if it's a stretch for our staff and it's a stretch for our town, it seems like pretty clearly the right opportunity for us to support. And then we can iterate in future rounds and say, how can we improve on this process? But I don't think saying no to this request, speaking about this one specifically now, is going to, it closes that door and it doesn't materially improve our ability to improve that process just by saying no now. So I think pretty firmly, it's a great opportunity for the select board to try to send as many and support as many different entities within our town to go pursue grant funding and see what opportunities that unlocks for Hartford. And Lanny, I just think that in your statement is so, there is such a, it's angering, honestly, Lanny, because there's such a dismissal of all these the work that these parties have put in to their proposals, and an ignorance to what their circumstances may have been that resulted them bringing this here. And yet they have brought these opportunities here for themselves and for the town of Hartford. And I think for you to sit here and cast judgment that they could have done it better, it's like, well, you should maybe walk a mile in their shoes.
Wait, Rock, you're entitled to your opinion. And Lanny's
Right,
entitled to his.
sure.
Yeah, and we have
Sure.
motion on the table.
So I guess
he's-
my point is to say, but I just think that it is important for the select board to speak into in respect, because I think there was a lot of presumption, but I think we should respect the sacrifice and commitment that community members are making and bringing these
Wait a minute,
forward.
where do you get off that I never respected what
I'm
these
just-
community members were doing?
Yeah, I think.
You're
Lanny's
way off
perfect.
base on
Yeah, I
that.
think it's
I
perfect.
just think that
You are totally off base.
I just think that
You are,
I think that we should support
You
opportunities.
have
as
your
they arise.
opinion and he has his, he's gonna
Absolutely.
vote that way, so that's fine, but we need to respect Lanny and his opinion and
Sure.
his comments, just like he is doing to you, he's listening, so you can agree to disagree, that's fine, you can both vote however you want, but
Okay,
let's take the vote now, so.
understood.
I'm really sorry. Can we, just having spoken to Lori,
Yeah.
can you designate the letter to be written by town staff, but could you also say it will be signed by the chair or the vice chair? And I am more than happy to
Yeah, that's
bring
fine.
it by.
And I think what it was willing, which is great, and I think there's a draft that Michelle provided, so I think this will give you a template to work from, add the extra information.
Yeah.
And then I think we can do a friendly amendment if people are okay, who made the motion to have it signed by the chair and the vice chair, was that Kim and then.
Yeah,
Alan,
can
is
I
that right?
can I keep it as just directing the assistant town manager to provide it, and then you, as like, we're directing you, you're directing Lori, but then I'll add the sign by the chair or vice chair?
Yes, please.
Okay,
That covers all the bases?
Yes.
Everyone's happy? Okay.
Let me just.
So you made the motion, correct?
So Kim moves that the select board direct the acting assistant town manager to provide a letter of support on behalf of the town for the Center for Cartoon Studies and its grant application to the Vermont Agency of Commerce and Community Development's Community Recovery and Revitalization Program, and to authorize the board chair or vice chair to sign the document.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
All right, so all in favor, say aye.
Comment?
Oh, opposed?
A comment?
We've already had comments. What more can you possibly say?
I just want to compliment Michelle Ollie and her team on a very thorough presentation.
Okay, thank you. Anyone opposed?
With apologies, no.
Okay, so
Aye,
5
and
in
I'm a-
favor, 1 opposed. Justin, right?
Yes.
Who made that motion and seconded?
I made it, Ally seconded.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we will go to River Roost Brewery Press letter of support.
So, yeah, I'm Mark, the owner of River Roost. I'm in the same exact situation. Little differences, my business is a for-profit. The reason I'm going for the grant is related to the difference in expansion costs. I think you're all familiar with my brewery expansion that's going on currently. some of this money, this grant money is available at the state. Some of the projects that it can potentially cover are ones such as mine, where originally, when I received a construction quote for the project, I had a certain price point to it. And then by the time we get to actually groundbreaking 2 years later, price costs have gone up astronomically. So I was going to submit in hopes to try and see if I could grab some money to bridge the gap on the overruns. The difference between what was proposed for construction cost versus what construction's cost ended up being following COVID and materials increases, delays, contractors. That's more related to how I would apply for the grant. I think that this project and the benefit to the downtown is pretty great. I mean, in the town plan, it highlights like manufacturing, tourism, community development, all of which the brewery, currently has, but will also bring much more of with this complete build out. I don't know. I feel like you're all pretty familiar with what it is and what the project is, and having the discussions with what this grant program is. I mean, it's a state grant program. There's a bunch of money available. It's a pretty thorough application, and yeah, it's first come, first serve. So, if you are able to apply, if you're able to qualify, it requires 3 letters of support, one from the town. I already received one from Two Rivers. I've spoken with GMEDC. They are ready. I haven't actually received a letter from them, but I believe it was like this upcoming week, not this week, but next week I should have it. I already submitted a partial application to the state, and then spoke with two of the people that are actually in charge of the fund and in charge of the program. They kind of helped guide me and direct me in some ways to tell me what I would need to do to complete the application, and whether or not I would qualify or not. So, I mean, they recommended I continue. One of the bigger pieces that may put me outside of the scope of even qualifying is because I am a for-profit, was being just outside of the designated downtown. I know some have said like, I might fall within a buffer period or a buffer zone of that designated downtown. And that I may actually be a large part of the downtown, even though I'm just outside of it, which is funny. But, so I don't know. They encouraged me to apply anyway, and that's why I'm here today. So hopefully, receive that letter of support to finish the application, so I can submit.
Thank you. Questions, comments?
I'm ready to move.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mark, I'm gonna have to vote no on this again. I just believe that we really need to get this stuff ahead of time. I mean, I'm sick and tired of getting stuff and having it. We got to get this done. We got to get this done, and not having the information. And it's nothing against you. It's nothing against the Roost. I've never had your beer, but I'm sure it's good.
Well, what would be a reasonable period of time to allow for that?
I would like to see our staff be able to review this and get back to us as a board, and then have time to discuss it as a board with the comments staff has done. I mean, that's what deliberation is all about. It's giving it to, we've always said, there's many board members here that have always stated, rely on your experts, rely on your experts. Well, we have experts that we have in our town staff, and we're supposed to rely on those town staff to bring us answers back. And we're not relying on the experts to bring the answers back to town staff.
Then you're shouting.
And that's what bothers me.
You realize you're shouting.
But the answers would be to whether or not my project fits to the town plan, or whether or not I would qualify for a state grant.
Whether it passes, whether it fits with the town plan. It's not your project. It's not the Center for Cartoon Studies projects. It's the attitude of getting things pushed past this board and not looking at all the extenuating circumstances that surround them. And no one has all those answers. And that's why we employ people within the town who are competent in finding these answers for us.
Go to Ally and then to Kim.
I'm good with that. So we'll go with it.
Maybe one way to mitigate that is because literally it's like a chicken and egg thing. Like really the staff isn't supposed to take action on it unless we direct them to do it. So we even say, write a letter of support. It's a bummer that it's a short deadline, but in theory also, one of us should really probably just write that letter, although we don't have the expertise, I think, that our expert staff has. So my only comment would be, if the assistant acting town manager feels like staff has bandwidth to write this letter of support, then I'll make the motion.
Who signs that?
I was just gonna say, it sounds like you tried really hard, and according to your letter, you submitted a partial application with the state, and you talked with these people on June 5th. That wasn't very long ago.
No.
So, I mean, it put you in a crunch. So.
Well, and I'm not as savvy with the deadlines. You know, all I know is that the money had to be spent by the end of September. And, you know, there was an opportunity. I was going to try and submit an application because I'd feel like a fool if I didn't. Yeah. And I do think it might have been quarterly, but I'm not sure. And so I wasn't as concerned like, oh, if I don't hit this first quarter, you know, deadline, then I'm missed out, but I might. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Other questions or comments?
Mr. Vice Chair, I move that Select Board direct the acting assistant town manager to provide a letter of support on behalf of the town for River Roost Brewery and its grant application to the Vermont Agency of Commerce and Community Development's Community Recovery and Revitalization Program, and to authorize the chair or vice chair to sign the document.
I'll second.
Questions or comments?
Good luck, Mark. I know, I personally do not fault you at all for the timeline. I understand running a business is difficult enough. So I think one thing that I would like to work towards as a select board member is trying to figure out how it is we can identify more grants in our community and then put that in notice and part of our regular communications and outreach to the business community, because maybe that would be a way that we can proactively support. I get that these things have come up, and you, as you know, you're just sending it, see if it comes through or not, and the timeline may result in a lower probability of success, but good luck.
Thank you. All right, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
With apologies, no.
So we have 5 in favor and 1 opposed. Thank you. Thank you, Marty.
Thanks, Lori.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
I still come out and try your beer sometime.
Lori. All right. So next up, we'll do the authorized board chair to approve special check run dated July 1st, 2023. I don't know if we do have a. But I wonder if we have to, yeah. Paula, do we want this?
It is a recommendation there.
Yeah, there is a recommendation. Do we want this to say just chair? Do you want to say something else in case the chair is not available?
It says chair or vice
Chair
chair.
or vice chair.
So it isn't. Thank you. If someone wants to make a motion, Mary, go ahead.
I move the select board approve the board chair or vice chair to approve the AP manifest dated 7/1/2023 in the event no special meeting is held prior to 7/11/2023 to approve and set the FYE 2024 tax rate.
I'll second.
Questions, comments, discussion, planning?
I would like to know what the FE 2024 tax rate is before I approve this, I guess.
Just
We know what,
AP manifest?
no, it says if in the event no special meeting is held prior to 7/11/2023, to approve and set the FYE 2024 tax rate.
Gail put that in there because in the very, very off chance that the state does not get the numbers to the town by that date, and there needs to be a special check run, that's the reasoning.
It's not gonna change anything.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
No.
Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I,
So you're voting in favor.
I'll vote in favor.
So it's unanimous, thank you. Okay, commission reports. Which time do you want to start at? Kimber, Lanning, who wants to go first?
You can start me, but I don't have any reports to this meeting and I haven't reviewed the minutes yet, so I don't have anything. Sorry.
All right.
Thank you.
Ally?
I do have a few things. Okay, so Hartford Committee on Racial Equity and Inclusion, just wanted to again give a shout out to HCOREI and also Lebanon's DEI Commission that collaborated to put together our Juneteenth celebration, in particular Joe Major and Alicia Robinson. It's a really wonderful celebration. They pivoted due to the rain and they still had a great turnout. So very thankful for their work. And there's one committee vacancy and one anticipated vacancy. Hartford Committee on Housing and Homelessness Committee. 4 committee members, myself included, tabled at the Hartford Community Coalition Block Party, had really informative conversations with folks, a lot of folks coming to the table to ask for resources, a lot of housing insecure and unhoused folks actually that we got to talk to, so appreciate hearing from them. We identified a committee member to actually work with the Planning and Development Department to be part of the review organization's project proposal. Maybe it's via letter of support from the town. So they're actually conducting some informal outreach to other agencies that, as part of their work, support unhoused community members to ask like, hey, are you aware of this opportunity? Just to actually see sort of who has submitted a proposal. We know the Haven has, and there might be others as well. So getting a sense of what is out there and what we might support. If there is another option, supporting existing housing related efforts the town might be working on. And then additionally, there's other options, like I reached out to the contact that's on that letter of support, solicitation, asking, for instance, like Lebanon is working on a winter shelter, and Lebanon's winter shelter, I'm sure, would support someone housed in housing insecure community members and across state lines. So could those funds be applied to by-state work? Could it be something to support our community safety review process? So all of that to say, this might be coming up on an agenda where I'll keep, being in touch with Mike and Dan and others to see, just to make sure that there's guidance for that committee moving forward, especially if the state responds to the letter of interest in the next couple of weeks, which they might, is my understanding. And finally, Resilient Hartford, just it has one. We appointed someone today and it still has one vacancy.
None.
I have conflicting committees that I got to work on trying to sort that out.
Okay, good. Well, we got a lot of appointments tonight, so if other people are interested, look for that list or reach out and we can tell you where the vacancies still are. So thank you for that. And I guess we'll go to consent agenda.
Shall I?
Sure.
Mr. Vice Chair, I move that Select Board approve payroll ending 6/24/2023, meeting minutes of June 13th, 2023, AP manifests of June 23rd and June 29, 2023, and Select Board meetings of July 11 and July 25, 2023.
Second,
Second.
second from Rocket. Okay, any discussions or comments? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous, thank you. Okay. I will entertain a motion to go into executive session. Go ahead.
I move to find that premature general public knowledge of confidential attorney-client communications made for the purpose of providing professional legal services to the body in regard to 1472 and 1498 Maple Street, Hartford, will clearly place the town at a substantial disadvantage by disclosing its communications. I move that we enter into executive session to discuss 1472 and 1498 Maple Street, Hartford, with counsel under provisions of Title I, Section 313A1F of the Vermont statutes.
You gotta do the first one and vote on that, then you have to do the second one and vote on that. You have to move to find it, and then you have to move to.
Okay, I move to find the general, okay, so I have to repeat that. I move to find the premature general knowledge of confidential attorney-client communications made for the purpose of providing professional legal services to a body in regard to 1472 and 1498 Maple Street, Hartford, will clearly place the town at a substantial disadvantage by disclosing its communications.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I move that we enter into executive session to discuss 1472 and 1498 Maple Street, Hartford, with counsel under the provision of Title I, Section 313A1F of the Vermont statutes.
I will second.
Second by Ally. Any questions or discussion? None will call question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to executive session. Okay, so
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to exit executive session.
I will second.
discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, we have 5 in favor, and Rocket is no longer in attendance with us. And then we will entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to adjourn.
Annie?
Second.
Second by Mary.
Sorry.
Great. Any discussion? And have discussion about adjourning in a second. So, okay, we will adjourn. Thank you very much. Yay.
Thanks, Dan, for stepping in.
Thank you.